Greetings everyone, Assalamu alaikum. I hope you're doing well. Tis I, Shimon, the great, the incredible, the magnificent, and blah 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 blah. Today it is the 17th of June, 2026. It is Wednesday. I hope you're all doing well. Hello, Janandas. I see you're first today. Fuck. This is what I should say more. Well, alright, title today is, I screwed up the first title a little bit, so hopefully I'll remember to fix that when I upload this to YouTube. We'll see. But yeah. Today we're going to have a look at a little bit of news. We'll look at some of the anti-war conference stuff that I'm going to be attending. On the 20th. We will have a look at hopefully some gaming, maybe some gaming. Depends on what I feel like. Depends on if I feel like gaming. Which I kind of do. I think maybe some Age of Wonders 4. And hopefully we can run it. Either that or Ruse. And also have a look at EU racism maxing extra hard. Getting some reports of that. If you guys recall, we saw some of that in the last stream. Also, because I'm going to England, I'll be gone for a week where I will not be streaming. Maybe I'll do some IRL stuff, but I don't think so. I entertained the idea for a little bit, but I feel like I don't quite feel bold enough yet to show myself and that kind of thing. Okay. Oh, hey, Sez. How are you doing? I need to figure out what's up with my Chatterino. It updates so slowly, and I did not have that issue when I had my setup on the PC. Oh yeah, also incredible, like insane Linux news. Apparently Hannah Montana OS has been remade. I think I saved a video on TikTok to share with you guys about that incredible bit of news. Also, I think there are news about maybe an actual, potentially for real this time, ceasefire between Iran and the Epstein coalition. I suppose we'll find out. In any case, let us begin to get started. Oh, just finished writing what's next, doing pretty good. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Hope you're well too, Shimon. I'm alright, thank you. All my muscles are incredibly sore. Because I helped a friend move 2 days ago, like a Monday, and they live on like the 3rd floor, and I had a truck full, like a box truck full of stuff. So and of course because I'm a straight man, macho straight man. I'm like, I will try my best to, I will focus on taking the heaviest things to help the best I can. Probably a good thing that I did that, but maybe, I don't know. But it did lead to, now every bit of my body is just like sore. My arms are sore, my back is sore, my shoulders are sore, especially my legs. And I think that would have happened regardless, but I think especially because, heavier stuff I'm carrying, they are so sore. Illustrate and say that's a straight M word. Hey, I could have done this. I mean, I'm kind of just like blaming this on the being straight because it's funnier. It's funny meme. And I would say I'm decently, above average strong at least. So I want to make use of that. Of course, my endurance is shit, so I wasn't able to help as much as I wanted to, but I think still that I helped a decent amount. In any case, I'm very sore, and tomorrow I'm going to England, where I'm going to be for a week, partially because, mainly to attend that anti-war conference. Also several race riots lined up. Just kidding, that's a joke. Don't ban me, Twitch. You can cancel me, but don't ban me. That would not be good. That would be more consolation than I'm bargaining for. Was there anything else I want to say? Oh yeah, sorry for not streaming as much. I wanted to be better at that. Ironically, being gone for a week will not help that very much, but we'll see. Right. I will move us on to another thingy. And boom. There we go. Excellent. Exit game. Yes, I would like to do that. Okay. Right. We will now look at stuff. Okay. So I really want to watch this Last Week Tonight episode. That could be fun. So we might do that. What else can we do? We could, well, watch a bunch of Poop Smooch, because why not? That is important. How many things? I think about here. This is where we got to last time. So oh my shit, why have I saved so many things? I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Okay, let's Oh yeah, the UK. So Palestine Action, in case you guys don't know, is a direct action group, or group of activists, whatever, who did the heinous crime of going to Royal Air Force base and spray painting planes, ruining them forever, I guess, or something like that. And also utterly embarrassing the British military. General mentioned them in the episode. Ooh, nice, hell yeah. They were arrested and all that shit, and the UK government decided that supporting them is the same as supporting a terrorist group. Like, they've been designated a terrorist group, and so if you say you support them, you're gonna go to jail, which I think is utterly insane. They appealed this decision, and it seems like the Court of Appeal has said no. So yeah, isn't that just great? Isn't that just great? And we'll have the champagne socialists.
The UK government has won in the courts. As the UK government's ban on Palestine action is lawful, the Court of Appeal has ruled, overturning an earlier ruling. Now, this decision will be challenged in the Supreme Court and potentially in the European Court of Human Rights, but for now, it is punishable.
Well, I didn't know I thought the European Court of Human Rights was an EU thing. I did not know that was separate. I guess it could still be an EU thing, but without the UK leaving it. But
by up to 14 years in prison to be a member of or say that you support Palestine Action, a group that seeks to stop the UK from being complicit in the war crimes of Israel. This is a grave misuse of counter-extremism legislation because a very dangerous precedent has been set where now the UK government can prescribe a group if they deem them a big enough nuisance as an extremist organisation, and the courts will back them in doing that. Now, that might be something that you support, but what will you do when it's the UK government going after you and a cause that you agree with? Also, we are seeing in real time the rewriting of history in order to defend Israel. The Court of Appeal said that Palestine Action was not a direct action civil disobedience protest group like the suffragettes, but used violence to destroy property. Now,
what? That's also, like, okay, violence to destroy property. If that's enough for you to be deemed like, oh, you're like a super criminal, or like saying that people support you should be illegal, that's fucking insane, first of all. Second, like, I strongly assume, I don't know, to be fair, I don't know, but I strongly assume that many suffragettes, or whatever, activists at the time, I assume some of them did use violence, much like any other group. Nearly every group has used violence to achieve political goals. That is generally quite common throughout human history. Not something we're taught in the West, because the West is critical and wants to keep its hold on power by making you think that, oh, good things happen when peaceful, bad things happen when violent, without mentioning that, while claiming that our society is good, even though all of it has been built on violence. And sure, some things are good, but
Now, if you know anything
Definitely not all
about
of
the
it.
suffragettes, you will know that they were very extreme and violent in their methods. They
There you go. I don't know anything. I genuinely don't. And it's fine.
bombing campaigns on public infrastructure, as
Hell
well
yeah.
as targeting the homes
I mean,
of high-profile individuals. But nobody brings up
definitely
the
condemn.
extreme and violent things that the suffragettes did, because most people agree that women fighting for the right to vote was a noble and just cause. Therefore, any action that the suffragettes took could be justified. If the suffragettes were around today, the UK government would prescribe them as an extremist organisation. That much is clear. However, what we should take solace in is that in the long run, the UK government and the rest of the British political and media...
Also, I don't give a shit if something is an extremist organization or not. To me, it matters a lot more what that means. Like, what does it mean if someone is an extremist? Like, what does that mean? In, like, per definition of, like, oh, you destroy property, like, you behave in an extrajudicial manner to achieve your goals. Then again, you know, that's just applies to every single thing. Like, every single, like, organization, group, or whatever, which is serious about achieving something, which they pretty much haven't already. Like, wants to achieve something which is not supported by the status quo, almost always is an extremist group, including governments. Like, I don't think it was, at least I hope, it wasn't particularly lawful the way that the UK just hosted American craft to, like, bomb Palestine or Iran or whatever, / like ran spy missions for Israel during the intensified genocide in Gaza.
Class have lost. We have seen how much political capital they are willing to sacrifice to defend Israel and its war crimes. History will not remember these people kindly.
Also, like, all this shit, like Hassan being banned, or, like, yeah, effectively banned from the UK, made me realize that I should remember to take off my pro-Palestine pin, which literally just literally just says "Free Palestine," like, with a fist above it, when I'm entering the UK, because I don't want to risk, like, being brutalized when I go in there, because that would not be fun. Also, like, a lot of the things, like if I were to be forced back, I'm pretty sure they would, like, because things are bullshit, they would force me to pay the ticket or something, which I would not enjoy. Anyways, that's the state of the UK. Isn't that just great? Isn't that just awesome? There's a few other things I want to see. There's also social media. Let's try and, like, focus on UK news for a wee bit. Things that yes. What else? How much? This one. There we go.
Media.
Right. Also, the UK placed a sweeping ban on social media for kids under 16. This is also funny, considering that the government, they want to make it so that you can vote when you're 16. So,
ban for under 16s is yet another one of those moments where the policy is well-meaning and has good intentions later.
I don't think it is. I don't know if this guy genuinely believes that. Thoughtline, whose videos I generally like. I think they are, at the very least, quite progressive. I just don't know whether they genuinely believe this themselves. I don't ever believe that shit like this is well-meaning. Very rarely I do.
Into it. However, in practice, it is just, yet again, the Labour Party being increasingly out of touch and increasingly authoritarian. And yes, it is going to backfire. On one hand, I do completely understand the thinking behind it. The internet has become increasingly corporatized and algorithmically sinister. Young people do get caught up in some horrible stuff on there. Yes, banning it for under 16s will send them into an unregulated space, which is even harder to police. And real establishment figures are saying this,
like,
not
literally
just
just
big
like
tech companies trying to cover their own backsides.
How
Maybe
about
if
just
this was
dealing with
introduced
tech
15
companies?
years ago, it would be a bit more understandable. But we live in a space now where social media is how a lot of people get their news. You are watching this on TikTok. You probably saw this.
And there's nothing wrong with that, like, inherently, because, like, like the issue with that would be that, oh, you're getting news from unverified sources and that kind of thing. And I think I would, I definitely prefer that in general, with people being aware of that, than people trusting mainstream media, which is insanely biased while acting like it is not, while saying, you know, shit like, oh, the Palestine-Israel conflict, it's not a conflict, it's a genocide, and you are covering that shit up. And every response being like every other time, like it's being mentioned, they're like, well, Israel would disagree with that assertion. It's like, fuck off. Genuinely. I need to swear this. Astaghfirullah.
Headline on Twitter or Instagram or YouTube or whatever. Young people will to a certain extent be cut off from world events and from public discourse with this ban. In reality, this is not the fault of young people. This is the fault of parents who aren't able to regulate their children's internet use, and much more so, big tech oligarchs.
Yes, I was gonna say, like, I would not blame parents. Like, sure, there's a lot of parenting can be improved a lot, especially in the West, where like collectivism is just like it's very anti-collectivist, anti-social, like cultural things are being promoted by capitalism. But a vast majority of that's why a vast majority of the fault I would put on
and their companies, which have
these
refused
wankers
to regulate their own content. These pricks have been allowed to operate lawlessly for the best part of 20 years, knowingly sacrificing the well-being of users, especially young people, as long as it keeps making money. Starmer is taking social media away from young people because it's a lot easier than holding big tech oligarchies to account. A lot of these young people who are under 16 now are going to be voters come 2029, and they are going to remember.
Also, like with the American takeover of like TikTok, at least like in the West, genuinely, I'm pretty sure TikTok is a lot more racist now. Like, it's set up in such a way that being anti-racist or whatever, like being woke in any way, like in general, makes you more likely to get banned or like kicked or whatever off the platform than before. And you know, a lot more Nazis are allowed to just kind of do their thing versus before.
Here's Starmer throwing them under the bus. Average age of the Labour Party is 55, and boy do they show it when they make moves like this. It's a party and a government run by boomers, and in their 60s that probably still buy.
Like again, like I don't know how much he believes this bit himself, but I don't think like the age of the politicians does not matter. I mean, it does to some extent. It's important to have all facets of society like represented in whatever sort of representative to the like democracy, whatever you want to build. However, this is a lot more of an issue of like serving the wealthy.
Newspapers and ultimately have political tendencies that lean towards the authoritarian. That's why they'd rather just take things away from young people especially, instead of actually confront big tech oligarchy.
Yep. Okay, next. This is about the race riots in the North.
A 9-year-old boy was in the back of my car trying to talk to him with his parents, trying to imagine how that would feel for my nearly 9-year-old boy to be got up out of their bed at night by people trying to burn your house down. People trying to burn your house down. I drove past his primary school and he asked his mum whether he could go to school. He was going to go to school the next day because he said he loved school and he'd been awarded Pupil of the Week. About 30 people, including young families, including a 1-year-old baby who didn't have nappies. So I had to go home and get my own child's nappies to give to that family, sheltered in my constituency office. They were there for hours. We brought blankets. We made them tea and toast, tried to reassure them until we could establish where the council's safe place was and how it was going to be stood up. There was no bus transportation, so we drove them slowly in convoy across Belfast. Talk about legitimate concerns. Communities have legitimate concerns. I have legitimate concerns when I have to drive children in the back of my car to a safe place because someone's tried to burn their house down. That's my legitimate concern. I have legitimate concerns when our entire society is shut down because of AI-generated graphics, when small businesses have to shut, workers have to lose wages, schools have to close. Those are my legitimate concerns, Mr. Speaker, when those things happen. And I have a legitimate concern when we come here today to debate this and we don't have ministers to make a statement about it. The First and Deputy First Minister should be here. We should be hearing how these people are going to be housed because they are still homeless. And despite the myths, these are people on skilled visas, so they can't go to the housing executive in many cases. I want to know how we're going to de-radicalise these communities and protect them over the summer. There's a range of things I want to hear, but I only have 3 minutes. We should be talking about all this today. First and Deputy First Minister should be here. This is an emergency.
Also, like, I don't know if I mentioned this like in the previous times where I covered this, but there was literal checkpoints manned by Nazi militia, like far right fascist militia. I don't give a shit what you call them. Awful people. Insanely fucking dire situation. Pogroms, everything. And as far as I know, Western media has barely reported on this shit. It has reported on it. I don't think you can get around it. Like, you have to, at least, like, you know, it's very much expected a minimum amount of reporting. But, like, not near the you know, expected extent. Like, this goes back to the conversation we had just before regarding the UK social media ban. Like, imagine if this was done to Jewish people. This would be 100 times more of a story than what it is currently in Western media. As it should be. But what it shouldn't be is like when it happens to specifically brown/Muslim people, then it's just like buried. Like 1/100th of that. That's what it shouldn't be. How do I expect Western media to report news? Yeah, no, it's crazy. I can't believe I can't believe that Western media is like racist. It's really wild that is the case. Did we not watch this?
Fucking incidents. Migrant 62 fucking incidents. Migrant families burned out of their homes and left fucking homeless. And in many instances, the PSNI stood by and watched, yet regular people having to intervene, but there wasn't enough. There clearly wasn't enough. How many more fascist pogroms is it going to take until the regular, sane people of these 6 counties stand up and say, no more? No more. Why are we leaving the responsibility to this shit police force that's proven year after year after year that they can't handle these riots? Just like Ballymena, just like last year.
They literally said, like, from what I've been told by a friend of mine who lives in Northern Ireland, said that the police said that if you work in the NHS, right, and you have to go through one of these fucking fascist militia manned like checkpoints, like what you should do is just, you know, just show them your ID, just tell them that you're an NHS like nurse or whatever. What? That's not. You're the police. You should go, you know, deal with it. You should remove these checkpoints. Like what? And I haven't verified it, but the fact that this is very believable to me, considering everything we've seen, everything that's out there.
It's complicity. And it's going to keep happening until we stand up. Just look at the Queen's Palestine protests last year over Hillary Clinton's visit, where you had the sectarian tactical support group of the PSNI beating peaceful protesters. Where was that energy last night? Where? No water cannons, no nothing. These people are just allowed to burn whatever, and just because they have masks, we can't find them. There's been a consistent linking of the PSNI to these groups and lack of arrests. And it's not good enough. It's absolutely not good enough. And look, everybody's sitting here on their whole, reposting their condemnation over what's been going on. And it's not good enough. We need to be out helping people. I'm not talking about some counter-protest where we sit around from the sidelines in retrospect and talk about how bad it is. I'm talking about getting stuck in, offering lifts, doing grocery runs, making contact with your migrant neighbours. That's what's needed.
If you in any way oppose violence, whenever it's done by left-wingers, or if you in any way go like, oh, they're just disrupting people, making people dislike them at a protest or whatever. If you in any way like, just like at the very least don't go, these are fascist thugs and they should be found and arrested, all of them, all the people who did this. If your minimum is not that, then you are a horrible person. You're a horrifyingly terrible person. Genuinely. And I don't know like what to do about that other than literal, re-education. Like,
that a few fascists don't define this place, but the regular people do.
Also love his name,
Migrant or
Belfast
native, we all
Bolshevik.
bleed the same blood. It's all red. So get organised. Go support your migrant communities, because the PSNI fucking won't. Oh, also, if you're like me and you live out in the sticks, like away from all this nonsense, go to, there's like a charity that's collecting money to
Ankaka Wounds
support
Collective.
immigrants dealing with this racist violence. It's already made loads of money. Thank God. Go and support it. Literally, these people have been put through fucking hell on earth, and they absolutely need it.
And if you don't live in Ireland, organize locally, or if you work a job, you can also just like send money to a local group that whose politics you mostly align with. That can go a long way. Any sort of support is very important. Any that you can give, that is.
Yeah, the link's going to be in the comment section below.
Right. Do we have another one? I think these were all the UK ones. So, oh wait, did we see this one? I'm not sure if we saw this one.
Last night, because 27 people were made homeless
We might have
last
already seen
night
this, but
because people went door to door
play it just in case.
to try and target foreign nationals, to burn them out of their homes. I can only imagine the terror. A 2-month-old is the youngest victim who had to be moved from her home. And I don't think any of us will ever be able to forget the image of a 9-year-old child and their family being put in the back of a Land Rover to be rescued from violent, racist thugs who were seeking to undermine
Fascists, like literal fascist militia.
them and to undermine their very sense of belonging in a country that many...
And if ACAP, but especially ACAP, when, like, very much proven ACAP, like 1312, if the police does not, at the very least, like, vow to find every single one of these fascist militiamen, round them up and put them in jail. Try them for, trying to, like, murder, like, displace, like, to commit terrorism. It's terrorism. Like, actual terrorism, not just everything the West does not like terrorism, but actual terrorism.
had lived in for decades. 27...
Like, per definition, terrorizing people for a political goal. Race rights special. Okay, I think this is the last one of the UK stuff, and then we'll actually let me just put on something amusing to break up the serious news for a wee bit.
Counting to 10 in the Slavoj Žižek counting to 10 in the Gothic language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I don't know what to say to that. I hope it was amusing. Right, longer
So you
video.
don't know why the
This guy I like a lot. I should actually follow them. They have a certain way of, like, they speak in a very unique way. They make a lot of really nice, like, I'd say generally progressive-ish videos. I'd say, like, just around pre-leftist is what I'd say. Pre-anti-capitalist. Like, that level of, like, that's how far left I'd put them.
So you don't know why the UK
So
seems to...
this video has 400,000 likes, and there's a very good reason for it. If I recall correctly, they break down what happened regarding the race riots and, like, some of the things, like the way the fascists organized, so set up, like, prepared for these race riots. He breaks it down, like, he explains it really well.
spent the last 2 weeks enjoying a twin So you don't know why the UK seems to have spent the last 2 weeks enjoying a twin pack of race riots, but you don't want to look like a thicky dum-dum in front of all your mates. Here's a quick rundown to help you understand why these gentle giants have taken a break from beating up their girlfriends to help keep Britain's streets safe by burning those streets to the fucking ground. Now, the race riots in question were caused by the murder of 18-year-old Henry Novak in Southampton in 2025 by stabby psycho Vikram Digwa, and the attempted murder of a man called Stephen Ogilvie in Belfast last Monday by stabby psycho Hadi Alodin. Now, no points for guessing that the two stabby psychos in question are not white. Hence, in Southampton, a far-right group called the Southampton Patriots got the wrong address for Vikram Digwa's family home and instead terrorised a complete randomers semi-detached for 2.5 hours. Lovely red stripes, sir. I like my patriotism served with a blood alcohol level of how the fuck is he still standing up as well. And in Belfast, gangs of men in balaclavas committed a pogrom by setting fire to the homes of immigrants and ethnic minorities. Now, I don't want to sound like a tinfoil hat twat, but I've identified some dots that I'm going to join together with string until they create stringy portraits of these 4 cunts, because these race riots are part of a strategy. Stay with me. During the race riots in Southampton, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Pissed-His-Pants, took a break from looking like an AI-generated image of what a butterbean would look like if it was a human being to post on X that he thought Henry Novak was killed because of an invasion of migrants into the UK.
Let's read the tweet real quick. Sorry, just a moment.
Invasion of migrants.
J.D. Vance's tweet reads, Henry Novak died the same way as civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is... What? His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. He should still be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against politics of self-hatred and the mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West and the people who love it. Ah, yes. Famously, the West, even if this was like true, like the last, the latest generation of European elites are self-hating and, by extension is like not colonialist. Like, it would not apply to any of the previous generations whatsoever. Also, colonialism is not dead anyways today, but like, it was a lot more overtly, like it's only been less overt. Whether it's reduced or not depends a little bit on where you look and whatnot. But in general, you never really stop, not being quote-unquote self-hatred. I mean, even the mass invasion of migrants in like, when a lot of South Asians, like they immigrated to the UK a few decades ago, you know what they did? They did virginity tests on a lot of the women. I don't know if they did it to every woman who did this, but they did it to a lot of women who came here. Partially to ensure that they were actually married to whomever was bringing them in, their husband or whatever. So yeah, forced virginity tests. Not so long ago. Only a few decades ago, if I recall correctly.
Into the UK. Similarly, half-man, half-K-hole Elon Musk posted on X that the Belfast riots were a result of uncontrolled immigration, even though according to the 2021 census, Northern Ireland was 97% white. Now, you might remember that in December last year, the Trump administration published a new national security strategy. Stay with me. Contained within this new national security strategy was a promise to cultivate resistance in Europe to ensure that America remains the greatest and most successful nation in human history. The strategy then went on to say that the most effective way of doing this was to support Europe's far-right movements. Enter far-right lunatic Tommy Robinson, real name total fucking cunt, who was unbanned from X by Elon Musk in 2024 and is bankrolled by 2 US tech billionaires who are close to Donald Trump. Robert Shillman, who's a former board member of the Friends of the Israeli Defense Forces who bought Tommy Robinson his new teeth, and Robert Mercer, who bankrolled Brexit and set up Breitbart News, the alt-right news website that's widely seen as having created the MAGA cult. Meanwhile, Tweedy gonad Nigel Farage said that the British people should respond to Henry Novak's murder with cold rage. Now, all of this comes at a great time for Nigel, who's currently being investigated for accepting £5 million from his own tech billionaire, a man called Christopher Harborne. Nigel's also shitting his pants because his party, Reform UK, is currently losing votes to Restore UK, a party that's even more right right wing and led by a man called Rupert Lowe, who Elon Musk said would make a better Prime Minister than Nigel Farage. So what the fuck's going on here then? Answer: a group of men who are funded by tech billionaires have exploited 2 tragedies to openly call for a race war on the streets of Great Britain, which apparently is all part of a US strategy for world domination. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't know. So you don't know why the UK seems...
Incredible video. This guy, Mr. Cody Dala, something. Really good video on him. Very good analysis. I thought he was also going to go over like how these far right wankers, these fascist militia, they also what do you call it? They compiled lists before starting the pogroms. I had hoped I'd saved a video about that, but I guess I did not. Okay, that's all right though. Okay, let's go with some World Cup news, because that's still news, and it's funny. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, this is just very cute video. This guy very excited.
Excuse me.
Okay.
I cannot speak English, but I'm excited.
I love it! Yeah, baby!
Very cute interaction.
Japan,
baby! Look, it's lit. It's lit.
I love the reporter going along with it. Very cute. All right, next thing. Okay, someone explain Turkey to me. Why are you doing this? What is this? Turkey.
Win any games. Y'all done brought the book. Y'all don't let Turkey win any games. Y'all done brought the boogeyman.
Turkey. What is this?
To America. The fact he's in the same continent as me, I'm kind of nervous. I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all don't let Turkey.
I don't know this. What the fuck? I don't know how to react to this. It looks very insane. I don't like the way he's staring into my soul. Turkish people be doing Turkish stuff. That is true. That is true. This is very Turkish behavior. Like it's insane. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? But also like entirely expected from Turkey. Like entirely expected. Right. More what do you call it? Football stuff. So this is Haaland. Okay.
Love to eat children in Erling Haaland is known to love to eat children in China and
Stop. What? This is, I think, after this, hearing this, I was like, okay, let us find out what this means together.
Erling Haaland is known to love to eat children in China and is currently one of the most popular football or soccer players in China, as witnessed through his ad with Wan Laoji. He is incredibly loved by the Chinese netizens, and in the first week he joined Douyin, the Chinese version.
Okay, you please, I hope you better explain to us why he's known to love eating children.
Of TikTok, he had already gained 2 million followers. But the nickname given to Haaland in China is 爱吃小孩的魔人布欧, or Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z, who loves to eat children, and you can often see him described on Chinese social media as loving to eat children. For someone like me who rarely follows soccer, I was very confused, and I saw that confusion coming from other netizens as well, who are like, why does he eat kids?
Also, the netizens thing, is that like a Chinese thing? Because I feel like it's only used in relation to like China. It's very, I think it's very quaint. I'm just wondering.
I learned that this nickname was actually a compliment towards his insane on-field performance, as well as his appearance often being compared to Majin Buu. The Eating Children has a few references, one of which was Haaland's amazing U20 World Cup performance, in which he had scored 9 goals in a single match, coining the phrase, he ate up all the kids his age. Also in China, there's a soccer terminology called 生吃后卫, or to eat the defender alive, and that is often used to describe Haaland's playstyle. The nickname is also coined from his tall and built physique and the way he celebrates with his mouth open, often getting him compared to the character Majin Buu, who can turn people into chocolate and eat them. He is probably the most memed soccer player in China and has many stickers.
Okay, honestly,
created of
that
him.
all makes
But
a lot of
the Chinese
sense.
netizens love him and describe him as cute and silly and an amazing soccer player.
I mean, to be fair, he does look like someone who eats children.
Holland
Not
is
offense
known to
meant.
love to eat children.
Like it makes a lot of sense even without the context. To be honest. Oh right, there's another thing. So, if you thought FIFA could not get worse in their in recent news due to the handling of the World Cup, he handled it perfectly. But like in the handling of the World Cup, them giving Trump a peace prize and all that shit. Don't worry, it gets worse. And I'm saying FIFA because they are still very much responsible for their leader, Gianni Infantino.
If you've been wondering what was the next moral low that FIFA president Gianni Infantino was going to sink to, I have your answer. FIFA plans to have a match between Israel and Palestine as the opening game of a new under-15 tournament that will happen in September in the US. I think to fully understand how offensive and insane this proposal is to Palestinians, we need to look at some numbers. More than
fucking imagine being like, oh yeah, we're going to set up let's start the new youths league. Let's have the Hitler Jugend play against like these Holocaust survivors. Like that's what you're fucking doing. Like that's fucking insane. What the fuck?
50,000 children have been killed or injured by Israel in Gaza. A recent investigation found that over 100 children aged 15 or younger had sniper gunshot wounds to the head or chest, a sign that they had been deliberately targeted. Israel has also killed over 1,000 Palestinian athletes and destroyed 265 sports facilities. Outside of Gaza, they've threatened Palestinian football pitches with demolition. Settlers have harassed Palestinian children and prevented them from playing football. And they've shot Palestinian children while they played. Now, FIFA wants to use those Palestinian children to watch.
During the March of Return in 2021-ish, thereabouts, 2020, the Israeli snipers also deliberately aimed for the knees of Palestinian children to specifically maim them.
Whitewash Israel's image instead of suspending Israel from football as they should have done years ago. Palestinian children deserve justice, equality, and freedom from Israel. And football deserves freedom from Gianni Infantino. If you've been
All right, here's another thing. Another way that FIFA sucks. Football is told to not speak Spanish.
Why can't football?
And I heard a little bit about this, so I haven't seen this full video, so we'll learn about this shit together.
Answer questions in Spanish during this World Cup. You know, the World Cup in which one of the host nations is Mexico? At least that's a question I've seen people asking this week following these clips going viral, which I will show you.
Hello, it's me from the future. Keep watching this video because something else has just happened. That'll tell you guys shortly.
Let's find out what's actually going on. I'm Sophia, I'm a journalist who writes about language, not football. Get me out of here! Okay, roll the clips.
Excuse me, you can only answer questions in the language that you said, so no Spanish questions.
What?
It's okay, I understand. No, but we can't do this because of the translations.
Will be a lot of Madridistas watching your... Español.
Sí, mejor.
Creo que no puedo.
Sí, puede.
¿Sí?
Español, sí.
Es que es un poco raro.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, we don't have Spanish as a remote interpretation, yeah.
So the plot thickens. Not only are they told to stop speaking Spanish, but then that's followed by the reveal that there is no translation or interpretation.
If there's no translator, that's one thing. Incredibly bad and like such a high level of incompetence, like it has to be on purpose. But that's one thing. But specifically something to not speak
offered for Spanish. So then you ask yourself, okay, why not? Spanish is even a FIFA official language. Well, for FIFA is because the following criteria wasn't met. These interviews were around matches that didn't happen in any of the Mexican host cities. The teams the players were from were not from Spanish-speaking countries, and Spanish was not deemed the primary language of a player or coach in this context, and so Spanish interpreting wasn't offered. Other languages were served during these press conferences, just not Spanish. Now, not only does that leave no room for wonderfully multilingual footballers to speak with confidence to Spanish language media. As a journalist myself, I think that's so frustrating because by not being able to connect in the best language for the pair of you, you're eradicating rapport, you're eradicating the opportunity for possibly...
Wait, how the fuck can you determine that Spanish is not their primary language and then not offer something else?
A better answer.
Like, how do you not know that if Spanish is... Like, if Spanish is their primary language, how the fuck do you not know that? How can you not determine that?
Which would be good for all audiences watching. But hang on a second, let's zoom out. Even if you ignore the linguistic makeup of the United States, what about another host nation involved in all of this, Mexico?
And breaking news, since I filmed and scripted that video, after all that negative response to the clips, they're gonna introduce Spanish interpreting at all press conferences from this point. This is why I always do one last.
Insane that they did not do that from the get-go. Again, Spanish is one of the most spoken languages in the world. Most spoken languages in the world. Maybe I'll just go with the Wikipedia one. Okay. English, Mandarin Chinese, Hindi, excluding Urdu. Excluding Urdu is weird, but whatever. Spanish. Like, come on. It's like, oh, also look at Bengali being here as number 7. That's actually insane, but also not that insane. I kind of expected it to be more higher up. I'd assume there'd be more people speaking Bengali than French, but I guess like a lot of our expats don't speak the language that well anymore. Sad, but yeah.
Fact check before I publish a video because the news moves fast.
Fun stuff. Here's more fun stuff. Hannah Montana Linux is back. Oh, oops. There we go.
From 2009. This is Hannah Montana.
I hate TikTok on browser so much. I don't get why they're so stupid and I set this up in the worst way possible. It's so laggy. It's so slow. It's so buggy. Why does every video start muted? It's so. How are they so shit?
Montana Linux, a full-fledged operating system from 2009, centered around Disney Channel's Sweetheart. Now, as much as it feels like a meme, Hannah Montana Linux is actually based on Kubuntu. Mix it all together and you get the best of both worlds. You get the wallpaper, you get the icons, but you also get a complete system that's fully prepared to take on everyday tasks. If you want to, you can use Hannah Montana Linux as your main day-to-day operating system. Or at least you could, in its time. See, Hannah Montana Linux has a bit of a problem. It's old, so you can't browse the web, you can't install software, and you can't get any updates. Not even crucial security updates.
I did not know about this when I heard about this OS, by the way.
Hannah Montana Linux basically unusable. And that sucks. Obviously, this is the greatest operating system of all time. All it needs is a hero. Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, that hero is me. Because I am here to bless the world with Hannah Montana Linux version 26.0.
Right, yeah, this is the guy who made it. I forgot about that.
Of the original Hannah Montana Linux. It comes with a familiar look and feel, but everything has been refreshed. And this is based on a modern Linux distribution. So you actually can do everything that you need to do. And the best part is that you can try this for yourself. This project has been open sourced, and the repository includes a built disk image.
So stupid. On a serious note, I don't recommend moving to this, unless this guy intends to. Well, then again, he did rebuild an entire OS, but I don't know how much work he's put into it and whether he's going to maintain it. And that's an important part of choosing your Linux, I think. But if you want to, you can use Hannah Montana Linux now, somewhat feasibly. I feel like you're going to run into a lot of trouble, but if you want to, you can. The option is right there. Isn't that just incredible? There's also something called Temple OS, by the way, which is what if Linux is very Christian? I just saw Hannah Montana on mute. What was that? Well, Hannah Montana Linux is back. It has been remade. Also, Temple OS. Here you go. This is another Linux thingy. Video streams, Odyssey, NSFW. What? Oh yeah. What is Hannah Montana Linux? It is Linux, but Hannah Montana. What more do you need to know? And this is Temple OS, which is Linux, but Christian. Temple OS, formerly J Operation System, Luce, Thus, and Sparrow OS, is a biblical-themed, lightweight operating system designed to be the third temple from the Hebrew Bible. It was created by American computer programmer Terry Davis, who developed it alone over the course of a decade after a series of manic episodes that he later described as a revelation from God. Temple OS could be considered as an example of coding as an art form, with the nature of his psychological instability and its influence over the project lending to comparisons to similar outsider art. So yeah, sorry, it's not. I don't think it's Linux. It was, but it's an operating system. He made a biblical themed operating system. I gotta practice my UGIF. You what? We'll just fucking go through this in any non-specific order. So this video I thought was really cool, so we'll watch it. How long is this video?
Black player, French passport, and people still say he's African.
This is a very rare instance of me agreeing with a French person.
Let me say something that's going to make some people uncomfortable. They are black men who were born in France, raised in France, trained by France, who wear the French badge, sing the French anthem, and bleed for France on the world stage. And people still say he's not really French. That's not an opinion. That is not a debate.
This is also like, this is a thing that happens not just in France, and also like he's going to talk about like how in America this is not an issue with like black football players and stuff. At least not in this way. Which I think he's probably mostly correct about. Same thing in every country. Yeah, no, I was going to say like this is not just a France thing. Like pretty much like I think black people in America are a very, very rare like exception. They just, you know, they still face a lot of other things. They're still not treated the same as white people. But like in general, you know, you won't hear this like they're not actual Americans. You don't generally hear that. You just have other racist shit, right? This thing about like, oh, this person, like, even though they play for this country, they're not a real person from this country or whatever, is something you hear, yeah, as you said, in Germany, you hear that in Denmark, probably almost certainly also in Sweden. I don't know how much in Norway, but probably also there. Like England, every single European country for sure. I don't know how much it is in other countries, but every single Western country has this shit. It's incredibly disgusting. Fuck nationalism. Yep. Like nationalism is just utterly like just brain dead.
Is racism. And before anyone asks, but why are there so many black players in France? Well, listen, France colonized over 20 African countries. They didn't come to France. France came to them first. Are we proud of that? No. But listen, in the US, nobody strips the nationality of black basketball players on the national team.
Yep.
The roster has been majority black for decades. It's just not a conversation people have. Because over here, black is American. So why isn't black French or black English? This isn't about football. It's about who gets to belong fully, unconditionally, and who has to keep earning it. In France, in England, in Germany, everywhere. And still spending their entire careers proving they belong somewhere they were born. And that resilience says everything about them. So maybe stop asking where they're really from. And start asking yourself why belonging comes so easy to some and has to be earned by others. Black player, French passport, and people still say he's African.
Yep. Very fucking great video. I want more of this. I want more people to do this because this is like, I mean, in a way, it's kind of like introduction level, like anti-racism. Well, not introduction. It's something that should be a lot more obvious, especially him talking about like why there's so many black people in France. Like it's due to colonialism and shit. More people in Europe, especially, desperately need to understand and accept this. And also just like not racist. I need a longer video. Because I need to go to the loo. This guy. Don't grub or whatever. This is a neat video. And it's 2 minutes, that's enough for me to go to the loo. Alright.
The only thing that...
Also, chat got... okay, whatever.
In a communist society, the only thing that changes is the motivation for doing difficult jobs. And we would have to define what is meant by difficult here. More often than difficult am I reproached with disgusting. But let us first take heavy or hard labor or something that is inherently dangerous. Some people love that shit. I work concrete for a living. I sincerely enjoy doing it. It is a trade craft that I'm constantly improving my skills at. And it fills me with pride when a job is done well. Now, I kind of hate doing it every day, but I would love to do it 1 week out of the month. I am, however, compelled by a variety of circumstances to do it every day. And none of those circumstances are socially necessary or inherent to society. They are merely the dictates of profit and subsistence. Now let us take something disgusting. Like what? I don't know, cleaning out the sewer pipes. As it is, people take those jobs because they need to make money so that they can feed themselves. And so the question reasonably becomes, if everyone's material needs are met, why would anyone take such jobs? Well, frankly, because we want to live in a society that has a functioning sewage system. If I was provided with everything I needed to live a full and dignified life, my only concern becomes whether or not my neighbor has everything they need to lead a full and dignified life. A call goes out on the community bulletin board that the sewage system needs maintenance. Well, fuck it. I got nothing better to do. I'll throw on a scuba suit and go muck around in the shit. Literally, why not? Out of sheer novelty, if nothing else. In a communist society, the purpose of society is to improve society. Our motivations for doing things changes. It is nearly impossible to imagine from within this capitalist hellscape why anyone would choose to do disgusting, dangerous, or difficult jobs. Because from a worker's perspective, our only motivation is to produce and reproduce our individual lives. If I can do that in an easier, cleaner way, why would I ever choose otherwise? But a world is possible wherein the love I have for my neighbor is allowed to flourish and motivate me. And that world is a communist world. Also, finally, I'm a technological optimist.
Yep.
Human ingenuity is an astounding thing. And I have little to no doubt that most of the bullshit that we have to do in our lives can be done by machines. We're already headed there for the sake of profit, but we could easily be there for the sake of society.
Especially the last bit, like me, like ever since I was like fairly young, before approaching anything, even knowing about leftist, like socialist ideologies and that kind of thing, you know, I had this idea as well. Like, you know, automation is cool because we're gonna just have these robots work for the betterment of humanity. Like, they're gonna do jobs while people can do less of those jobs. It's just like either enjoy life or focus their energy on like making societies better. My mind is very, very collectivist, communal, that kind of thing. An issue we have a huge issue, I would say, that is in the West, is individualism, and this issue also spills into a lot of leftist organizing, I would say. It goes from being this thing of like, you know, the focus should be the betterment of humanity, working together, that kind of thing, like part of a greater whole, to like very much like individual freedoms and that kind of thing. It's like in a way that like it's just like a lot of thinking which just like does not work. Like it does not. It's just very, in my mind, antisocial. Where you care a lot more about like, I guess, like goals and individuals than you care about the whole, like the whole of the community and that kind of thing. I can probably word that a lot better. So disregard what I said. That sounded silly. Just look at Pingu. Fuck. Shit. I keep clicking the wrong thing. What is this? Okay. So annoying. This like video made me realize, is Pingu like what is that? Okay. Is Pingu Finnish? This sounds very Finnish. Like genuinely. I would not be surprised if he's actually just speaking Finnish. I'm pretty sure that's just Finnish. As also collectivism also portrays no individuality for everyone. Yeah, exactly like that. It's just like, it's so difficult for me to explain, but yeah, it's very much like the idea of like oh, individual freedoms are more important than collective good, and I just don't believe that is the case. And you can easily like you can have a at least in my understanding of collectivist society, communal society, whatever. Like the point is just more that you are working for the betterment of humanity, for the betterment of the group, for the betterment of not just you. You are not just an individual. You are an individual, but you are still part of a greater whole. You're still part of a group. You're part of more. And for me, that extends all the way up to humanity, extends in many ways. And people do all see this collectivism, see will become little shamans. Exactly. I mean, kind of. Everything significant we ever do is because we are a group of people doing it. Even if there is a leader will not do well if they're not leading a group, if they're not leading someone. Like even the greatest people in history, in one way or another, would not have reached there without other people. Would not reach the pinnacle without the existence of other people, and the fruits of their labor. The strongest warrior might be able to like kill 10 men in battle, but 100 soldiers will still destroy them, no matter how weak they are. Unless they're like, babies, but that's another thing. And I feel like a lot of people just don't understand that. It annoys me a lot. It makes it a lot more difficult to organize as well. And it's not even that like, because it's also like this thing. I think it's also what very much like promotes a lot of puritanism within the left, in the West at least. It's just like such a pain. They always win no matter the number, except sexual choice. Yeah, okay. What about Vienna? Hey. Anyways, if Asian countries tries to share good news instead. Be like, okay, this guy. He's awkward guy. Love his
Mau
videos.
tak kita try celebrating good news for once? Yeah, okay. Kami ni produsen beras terbesar di ASEAN. Tanya bang, that's fucking amazing. Mingsap kau bayi sembayi mi dong ni.
Damn, congratulations. Vietnam having 7 new airports sounds insane. Even if they're a country of like 100 million plus.
Our top oil hawker sells $2 Ipoh curry mee. Yes, I know Ipoh, but it's for the elderly. We're trying to make it affordable for the elderly. Singapura. Shout out lah, common sense.
I want to reach this level of polyglot so badly.
Pelik kan? Yeah. Should we just go back to Bento? Lam Lai Pring yang Sakai.
This one, okay, I think I decided to save it when I saw this. Cambodia, our fuel prices dropped. What? How did you do that? That is literally impossible. Incomprehensible to me.
Tanya bang. What? How is that possible? What?
Singapore going what? Everyone else.
Hey bro, lend me your
dying.
fuel lah. Lend me lah, please lah. Please lah. Just lend me Indonesia fuel lah.
Cambodia fuel prices, because I need to know. I assume at least like he's basing that off an actual thing that happened. Retail fuel price in Cambodia dropped following 2 week ceasefire. Isn't that everywhere though? Wouldn't that be everywhere? Or is it just like specifically Cambodia? Maybe they're just like, they're one of the few which actually got oil and they're not that big of a country. So, who knows? In case, funny video, funny stuff. Here you go. This is another funny, and then after we watch this funny, we're gonna move on to something else.
Eminem, you will notice, is no.
This person is very good at having an animated face.
The green Eminem
makes me slightly
no longer
comfortable.
wearing sexy boots. Now she's wearing sensible sneakers. Why the change? Well, according to Eminem's quote, "We all win when we see more women in leading roles."
I feel like
because
this is
leading
moving
women
a little
do not
bit,
wear
but also
sexy boots. Leading women wear
this is
frumpy
very-
shoes. The frumpier, the better. That's the rule. The other big change is that the brown Eminem has, quote, transitioned from high stilettos to lower block heels. Also less sexy. That's progress. M&Ms will not be satisfied until every last cartoon character is deeply unappealing and totally androgynous. Until the moment you wouldn't want to have a drink with any one of them. That's the goal. When you're totally turned off, we've achieved equity. They've won. The green M&M.
I guess it's also a reminder that this is what Tucker Carlson used to be. Such a like objectively very good orator. Said all of this shit. Incredible. Okay, what is this? Plain Turkish sayings. This was a funny thing. All right.
He's
This is the last
been
one
on
for real,
Microsoft
for real.
Flight Sim his whole life.
Wait, really?
My brother
You're playing
is...
Lit up Emma edits. Did she make another account? Or did she change her name? Emma makes great edits.
Yeah, my brother is an aerospace...
Do you have a special interest like that?
There's a lot of gays with special interests like that.
Let me think about it. Go on.
My brother is an aerospace and mechanical engineer. He builds rocket ships, and also he worked at Boeing, and
Also a pilot.
and also has a pilot's license. Austin believes that he has rightfully he has a better understanding of how to
Fucking
fly a
rainbow
plane
captions.
than a person who has, with his own
Awesome.
hands, built the planes that he's talking about, who also has a pilot's license. Austin, on the other hand, does
He's
not
never
have
seen
a
the
pilot's
Patreon.
license
But
and has never flown.
in his
Me
defense,
neither.
has flown many simulators.
Training simulators. Not just my computer.
I should watch more of
hours.
these.
Theoretically
But-
So anyway,
You know what my dad compared this to?
What?
And I forgot to mention this.
Oh, your dad's in on this too?
Yes,
boy.
my dad was like,
Does he want to
homosexual.
no, literally. My dad was like, imagine if I said I jerk off.
This is why I fucking saved this. Because what the fuck
I
do you
said
mean? Like,
I-
Muslim background that said
I
this.
jerk off all the time so I can outfuck a porn star.
That's crazy.
Your dad said that?
Yes.
Wow, I'm really.
I cannot imagine any like Muslim, South Asian, Arab, whatever dad say this. Like not even a Turkish one. Like and this is despite Turkish people being among the widest, or no, the widest of all Asians, I'd say. I don't think his father is very religious. I mean, doesn't matter. Even so, like, this is a very, very, very rare occurrence of someone be like, what is that? You know, comparison.
In Turkish?
Also, it's a very
That's
Turkish thing to say.
problematic.
Okay, actually, now that you mention it, you know what? That kind of does make sense. Actually, that does make sense. Why does that make sense? Like, that does make sense. What the fuck, man?
He compared your simulator experience to masturbation
Yes.
as opposed to a
Turkish sayings are profound. My favorite Turkish saying of all time: "My father is the only man I trust, and he fucked my mother."
That's true. That's another thing that might.
Is that okay? Way to call it. Have you heard that saying before? I need to confirm. I need to verify this a little bit. Have you heard anyone say this before? Have you?
Dad says all the time.
Wait, say that, how do you say that
He
in
says it all the time. What?
Dünyada bir babama güvendim, o da anamı sikti.
God, what a beautiful language.
In
You know
one
what
way
my
or another,
favorite?
my
Dünyada bir babama
Dünyada bir babama güvendim.
güvendim, o da anamı sikti.
O da anamı sıktı.
God, what a beautiful language. You know what my favorite Turkish thing is? Turk var mı?
Matt, based on paper between Austin and Murad.
No, but let me read because they keep.
This sounds just like a beef that precedes me being here.
Yeah,
I'm soaking it up.
They're not. I don't doubt.
I mean, I'd be happy to like
generally better
witness any group of people, not just these guys, like have this kind of.
But when it comes to a commercial jet, I could outfly.
What did Austin say? Austin said Turk warm. Which, you know, if he did anything similar for any other like Asian or like North African, like just global South group of people, I'd be like, that's messed up. But because specifically for Turkish people, I'm like, you know, that's fair. That's accurate.
Table because he doesn't.
Well, but haven't you not flown a plane?
I've flown the training simulator. It's a 1-to-1 to the real thing. It's what pilots will train on before they go fly the real thing.
On this table, sitting around you, there are two people who have flown real planes.
Okay.
We have actually controlled and flown actual planes.
We took
Austin
to the
is not
sky.
one of them.
Actually, hold on. I have a revelation to share.
You have never controlled
2001, 7,
9/11. His special interest.
Okay. Any of these good enough that I really want to see them? This one I do want to watch at some point. I think we went through most of them. Curse of the Flame is interesting, but that's not it. We might either watch John Oliver or what is this? How to attack and defend a medieval castle. You know what? That sounds fun. Let's learn how to attack and defend a medieval castle. So one day it goes. That should be okay. I'm gonna compare this to my armchair historian whatever knowledge. Remember to watch watch the video on the side, everyone, to support. So this is truly ethical reacts. Dude, Austin tries to spread that Hassan said that US would deserve blah blah. Yeah, that's true. That he did try to do that. That was funny. I found that very amusing.
In 1315, Scotland's King Robert the Bruce decided to lay siege to England's Carlisle Castle. Robert expected a swift victory, but his men arrived to find a relentless downpour. Struggling against muck and mud, they tried to fill the moat with corn husks, only for the husks to float away. Then Robert ordered the construction.
My impression so far is that this video is going to be very simplistic. Generally though, sieges take a long ass time. Like historically, it is very rare that people would actually storm like a fortress of some sort, because in general, like they were designed to be defended. So like a fortress, staff for like a small fortress, which was meant to like house, but it meant to be defended by like 20 people or something. From like, if I recall correctly, would easily be able to like withstand an assault by 200 or 100 people. Like it's very much a force multiplier for the defending side, usually, depending on how well it was designed and other factors. So usually they would just be besieged until the defenders would give up or the attackers, could not continue the siege for one reason or another.
Of a massive siege tower, but the English responded with wooden scaffolds that heightened the castle walls. Their final push to scale those walls ended with English arrows raining down on the sodden Scots. At a time when sieges could last
doesn't say anything about how many
months or even years, Robert retreated after just 11 days. This siege is a prime example of how medieval European castles could stand firm against enemy onslaughts. But castles weren't just for passive defense.
I don't know why they're specifying medieval European castles, but maybe it's just because they specifically focus on that, which is fair. Generally, it's true, I believe, everywhere. I'm not knowledgeable about castle, fortress warfare or, defensive warfare in other countries, non-Western countries, not particularly at least. But generally speaking, this is quite true.
They were symbols of power, private residences, and hubs of governance intended to impress and intimidate. In fact, they were just as likely to be used for offensive military tactics. Castles regularly served as bases for launching attacks and as a way to control local populations with promises of shelter or threats of violence. While citadels and fortified palaces could be found as early as the 8th century BCE, European castles, as we think of them, started appearing in large numbers in the late 9th century CE. At this time, the ruling Carolingian Empire was breaking down, and as the monarch's control over his 1 million square kilometer realm disintegrated, nobles began building castles to solidify their regional power. These early wooden castles followed the Motte and Bailey design, featuring a central tower built atop a steep mound with a walled yard at the base. But over the following centuries, as castles became centers of social, cultural, military, and political life, their designs grew more varied and complex. By the 12th century, many wooden Motte and Baileys had been rebuilt with stone, increasing their defense and longevity. Subsequent castles built in stone from the start used curtain walls and gatehouses to enclose the castle yard, and their walls and towers were often coated in a layer of protective limewash, covering their stony grey with a range of colourful tones. Alongside their scale, visual beauty was a way for castles to project power. Castle Caernarfon in northern Wales was built with bands of different coloured stone, and Crusader armies building castles in the Middle East often incorporated elements of intricate Islamic and Byzantine architecture. But as European castles became more widespread, so did technologies to defeat them. Fire had long threatened wooden Motte and Baileys, and while their stone counterparts were more resistant, their underlying wooden structure was still vulnerable to arson. Battering rams cracked castle doors, siege towers and mining operations thwarted castle walls, and
I mean, like, I remember reading a lot, like, seeing a lot of like picture books as a child, really enjoying those with which have like a what do you call, like a cut through the middle of like some sort of building or whatever. I thought that was very interesting, and I remember seeing a lot about like Roman siege warfare, like how they a lot of their methods, how they would in some cases even do sieges for like several years, if not decades. You kind of see that. I think what's his name again? I think Caesar or Kaiser, whatever. I believe in France. It was like, I don't remember if he was sieged or being besieged, but it was something like, I think he had a fortress, and then he was being besieged, and they were like working on like building a wall around him. Meanwhile, he was like, "Oh shit, I'm being besieged." Then he was working on building a wall around them at the same time. Like they were literally racing to build a wall like around each other. It's very
trebuchets launching stones up to 130 kilograms endangered entire structures. Rectangular castle towers were
famously, an English king built a huge fucking trebuchet, and the fortress that he was besieging surrendered before he could use it. So he decided to not accept the surrender and wanted to fire at least once before, and then allow them to surrender.
Endangered entire structures. Rectangular castle towers were especially vulnerable since their square corners had fewer load-bearing stones. Fortunately, when the Crusaders returned to Europe from the Middle East, they brought home architectural innovations, including the design for concentric castles. Featuring numerous rings of defensive walls around a central tower, this approach created a circular fortress with multiple layers of siege security. From the 13th century onward, this design reigned supreme.
These things just became like more and more like impenetrable, like genuinely insane shit. Also super expensive to build usually, these castles, which makes sense.
But cannons that began spreading across Europe.
It would genuinely become ridiculous.
By the 15th century, the high towers that once rained arrows on attackers became easy targets for powerful new cannons. While castle builders adapted by making squatter structures with walls up to 3 meters thick, this kind of construction was prohibitively expensive. By the early 16th century, most local nobles couldn't keep up with the costs and became reliant on strong, centralized rulers who could afford to support modern defenses and large standing armies. This financial and political pressure, alongside advances in gunpowder weapons, put an end to castles' military dominance. Most of these fortresses were converted to residences, administrative centers,
just straight up very wrong.
And today, many still serve as tourist attractions and private estates. But while they no longer protect their inhabitants from sieging armies, they still project the grandeur and authority that made medieval castles so effective for centuries.
If you enjoy learning about...
Okay, right. I'm pretty sure, so this was simplified as I expected, and I'm sure, that's fine if you don't know anything about medieval castles and or whatever. But I'm pretty sure that this symbol, a fortress design, which sprung up, late 16th, maybe around 17th century, the square forts. I forgot what they're called. The ones which would eventually evolve into star fortresses, a bastion fort. Yeah, I think that's it. These designs, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, early modern period is one sense of gunpowder, blah, 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 origins, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, this is an extreme example. But these things, just the square, example, were not very easy to get through with cannons. Because, sure, they would have, a stone, wall, but then behind that, it just, fill that shit with dirt. And they would be nigh impenetrable, per my understanding. So, saying that they, just fell out of use is not really, I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's very correct at all. I would not be surprised. Forts were still used in World War II. Forts were still a huge deal in World War I and also World War II. That's why the Nazis just went around fucking the what's it called? The Maginot Line. And also, I don't know what the fuck. I remember there's more to that story, but it's just kind of stupid to not build that thing to also protect in case of the enemy would go through Belgium. Incredibly stupid. And also stupid that the French surrendered. In any case, yeah, I think there's a little bit, some significant inaccuracies there towards the end, but otherwise seems alright. Reaction podcast, Professor Zhang episode. That could be fun. World Cup and Lenin. You know what? Yeah, let's watch a Lady Easthar video. I've not watched one of her videos for a while. Remember to watch it on the side to support her.
It's time to talk about the Seattle Lenin statue again. Because what the fuck is this? In case you don't know, my city of Seattle is one of the cities hosting the World Cup right now. And in honor of this, one of the things that they did was dress Lenin up as a referee. I mean, it could be worse, at least he's a referee, but the entire thing in general is very perplexing. So cool. Hang with me, here are some of my questions. Firstly, why Lenin? Overall, the city is doing pretty minimal as far as celebration and decoration goes. People are not coming here in the numbers that anyone was hoping for. And there's not a lot of celebrations and happenings beyond watch parties. And then there's Lenin. Now, the whole debacle with the Lenin statue is it's on private property, so the city can't take it down even if they wanted to. So then who paid for this? Was this part of the general decoration for the World Cup? Did the city pay for it? And if the city didn't pay for it, then who did? The logistics alone make me laugh. Someone had to measure his little waist. Someone had to figure out what the exact length of the rope needed to be for his giant whistle. Someone thought this was a good head. Again, don't get me wrong, this statue is often decorated for different holidays. Sometimes he's a pumpkin, sometimes he's a snowman, but this feels like a weird artistic choice. If it is the city's doing, do we have a paper trail? Can we actually find how much it costs to plan, organize, and complete this? Are there notarized receipts somewhere saying for Lenin's jersey? Because surely that money could have gone to anything else in this city. And then if it's an individual, just someone who lives nearby, why spend their time and money on this of all things? Again, surely that money could have been donated somewhere else. This takes a lot of fabric. This takes a lot of measuring. This took 2 ladders at least.
It does make me wonder, why you would, whether it's covering up Lenin because it's Lenin, and you disagree with his politics or your perception of his politics, or like they thought this would be a good decoration for
how much spare time and cash do these people have compared to the rest of the city? And then there's that slightly more nefarious undertone. Why would they hide Lenin under all of that during this rare moment of international travel to our city? Is it to hide our radical past?
I do think it's ideological, actually. Now that I think more about it, now the way she mentions it, I do think it's ideological. Like, it's just like a weird thing to do. Because you can easily make a statue look like a football keeper. Like, just make a jersey which you can open and then put it around him. Like,
good argument to keep Lenin there forever for what he represents in our city's history. Do you not want the international community visiting to know that we have him? Are you embarrassed? Or do you not know the history yourselves?
Either way,
don't worry,
to me,
I have a personal collection with all of the information. From our 1919 general strike, where we almost became a Soviet, Lenin's personal writings to the people of America, prompted by our local Seattle labor leaders secretly sending the crew of the Shilka writings and updates of our current
this thing, like, and to me, like, it can very easily go either way, because people just, a famous statue is going to be defaced, or like, it's going to be decorated, or like in some way or another interacted with, because it's famous and people will see it, and it can be an easy, funny way to troll or whatever, and that can be fun by itself. But also America is a country where, very anti-communist, McCarthyism, all that shit. So people have like visceral reactions to like any sort of leftist shit, especially, Lenin, who's seen as this dictator who ate 1 million people or whatever. So, like, I believe that, like, I would not be surprised if either reasons why stuff happens, but
conditions and the entire existence of Anna Louise Strong. Our longshoremen and labor organizers have been notorious for over 100 years. Lenin encapsulates that perfectly. I don't know. Instead of putting this on Lenin, spending all of that time, money, and resources, whether it's the city or individuals, why not open up the archives at the Central Library to teach more about our past? Why not help the families that are struggling and forced to leave the city when rich tech bros move in? People in the city are starving, unhoused, working multiple jobs, fighting for better conditions at work, as renters, and as human beings just trying to survive. Yet this is what we find important to do. Who's out there measuring Lenin's little waist and making this? And why? At the very least, who was the artist and what was the inspiration for this?
Yeah, very curious about that. Also, why did this page not load properly? That's weird. Alright, Secrets of the Archmagus is up now for Age of Wonders 4. Which I'm thinking we might play in a little bit. I'm not sure if I want to do the campaign or not, because I have played through the campaign at least like the start a few times, but it's been so long, so I might do it anyways. We'll see. Apparently the city of Seattle has never decorated it, it's always locals or randoms. Yeah, no, that makes sense. At least, like, it makes sense. Like, they would not be able to touch it directly. I don't. Maybe you missed the start of the video, but it's on private property. Yeah, exactly. It's privately owned, so they don't like. I assume they're not allowed to legally touch it. So it's somewhat some other private person or like some non-governmental organization which does it. Even if the city of Seattle hated Lenin, it would be too risky to like do anything about it. Other than legally, I would say. Ooh, owls. This is loud. 3 new epic stories. 3 epic story realms. Owlkin. I might want some Owlkin. I like owls. Fun fact. That mount is very spidery, but they already have spider mounts, but that one looks different. Power in the Shrouded Isles. Ooh. I like the look of that. Ferocious new wildlife. Return with ancient secrets. Secrets called new. Ooh, okay. New secret technology looks cool, and that's a big penguin. The maps look very cool. Wield long forgotten magic. They could at least have hired a voice actor to like read these. Okay, so 6 new tomes. Yeah, there you go. I'm getting more and more convinced that we should just play this, because I think that would be fun. Formidable new units. I just really hope my piece. I should have done a test run of playing this game, but whatever. Inshallah, it'll be fine. Unlock the secrets of the Archmages. They really should have just hired a voice actor to read these lines out loud. Looks neat. This game has like a billion fucking like DLCs now. I really hate it. Past vandalism is less about communism, apparently more about the blood on his hands, violence and so forth. I mean, that's generally, I would say that's communism. Because like the people, they ascribe that to communism / like, you know, like it's ideological. The blood on his hands / violence associated with him is very much like directly connected to him being a communist or whatever one wants to call it. It'd be fun, but I think it's a little demanding. I think so too, but at the same time, I feel like it's not. I do want to try it out. So I'm very much like leaning towards either we play Age of Wonders 4 or continue the Ruse campaign. Either way, I'll keep streaming for a while because this will be my last stream for a week. And I want to, unless I somehow gain insane courage and insanity and be like, yeah, I'm gonna IRL stream on my phone while I'm in Londonistan, which I am low-key considering, but we'll see. I was gonna look up, yeah, Age of Wonders 4. Your page, okay, come on. There you go. I don't know why they have age restricted this. Well, the statue was apparently made in Slovakia with the same purpose. Originally had him in front of a bunch of flaming guns to represent the same. A bunch of flaming guns sounds cool. Okay. Oh, nice. They have a sale going on. But yeah, this game, they have. Look at this price, man. 154 euros with sales to get all the DLC for the game and the game itself. That is expensive. It was moved here after some dude found it in the Slovakia scrapyard. That's funny. That's very funny. Okay, would I consider buying any of these DLCs if I have the money for it? Let me just have a look. Let me have a look while I put on another video for you guys. Secure Law Eurobeat. Oh my fuck, that's interesting. Historiarium official announcement trailer. What is this? The Flamingo Revolution is Growing by Alice Capella. Do we follow her yet? Why is there not like just a follow button? Let me check if I follow her. Okay, subscribed, whatever. Chinese whips, Elite of the Ottoman. Okay, what is this?
What's up, Ahmed? Oh, hey, John. What's that? This is a whip. Again, I ask, what's that? Okay, I'm kind of cheating. So it's called a bien, but bien actually means whip. You could also call this a tie bien or an iron whip. Okay. So this weapon is pretty cool for lots of reasons. Number one, it breaks bones quite easily. We love that.
Oh yeah.
But it's also cool because it's a weapon that's associated with an elite unit in Chinese history. Okay. So there's a unit called the Jianruing, or Elite Sharp Army, that were formed under Emperor Qianlong. And what they were really known for is scaling castle walls with cloud ladders or getting over really rough terrain. And this is one of the weapons that they were especially well known for. And what I kind of like about this is when people look at maces or cudgels or any kind of bludgeoning weapon, they imagine it as being this brutish, low IQ tool for people who don't know how to fight.
Low IQ.
But This was the weapon of an elite unit, and oftentimes in history, bludgeoning weapons are well known for being used by elite soldiers.
Absolutely. In fact, the one that I have right here, this Gors, has been used by Sipahis as well as Ottoman Janissaries, who were...
I remember that weapon from playing Age of Empires 3.
The elite of the elite of the Ottoman...
I'm still very confused about what the fuck a Sipahi is. Like, I'm sure it's depending on the period, as I'm sure they existed for around, like, probably at least a century. As you do, but, like... I'm confused, because they look very different. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember that too in AoE. Yeah. Dude, the Sipahi was such a cool unit. It's... I don't think they've added a way to train it regularly in Age of Empires 3, but they might have. It was very cool. I don't think I can play it on stream, sadly. Well, I don't think I'll play it. I'm not quite sure whether whether BDS is like whether it will be breaking BDS or not to play it on stream. Otherwise, I definitely would play some, but I'm not sure yet. I need to look into that at some point.
I'm in guard. But yeah, that's really interesting, John. It's still not a whip though. Hey.
Yes, it's more like it's just a metal stick. Okay. I don't think I have a single DLC for this game. Like, it's still very fun without it, and we'll be fine. But you know, it's a little bit of a shame. I do need to look into like getting games because I'm a streamer, technically professional streamer, since I am an affiliate. But yeah, bigotry in Paradox strategy game communities. Ooh, that's something we're definitely gonna watch at some point. This Chinese policy change is a massive deal. That sounds interesting. Very, very clickbait coded title. Not giving any information on what the difference is, but I think I can guess. Though from 2 weeks ago, I'm not quite sure. I know they did the thing with open up trade with African countries, like all except for like 3 or something. They have stated their new like 5-year plan goals or something. I don't remember if they go with 5-year plans or 10-year plans or something else, but their new like long-term plan. And there's also some other stuff. Either way, it could be interesting. The John Oliver about. I guess we could watch John Oliver, and then I can get food meanwhile we watch it. And then I'll finally like get past, watching it once. Have you seen Haas and the Breakfast Club? Yes, I think so. With Charlemagne, right? Or someone. Haven't watched it yet. We could watch that actually. Hassan, the Breakfast Club. We could watch that. Hassan Pycan, they have a clip, and I think from 2 years ago, a reaction to him watching it. Hassan clashes over Israel in heated interview. Oh my fuck, that is such a clickbait title. Is it? Okay, the audio version is like. Hassan Pycan, techno-feudalism replacing capitalism. So I think it's either going to be that we watch Hassan, reacting to himself on that. Israel exposed. Oh my fuck! This is so clickbaity. What the fuck is this? I'm not sure. It's either that, like the only like real direct thing we can watch is this one, Hassan Pycan on techno-feudalism replacing capitalism and Zionism plus more. I guess we could watch that. Everything else is either like him reacting to it himself or, we can also check like what's the most recent thing. Americans are coping about shit. Oh, he had what's his name? Actually, yeah, that's something I think we should watch. And I'm surprised he's not uploaded it yet, because he had Trita Parsi on. No? Did he not make a video about this? Let's have a look. He had Trita Parsi, I don't fully remember how to say his name properly. Hassan RB. If I can spell properly. Probably not yet. Yeah. So we might just watch his VOD of that. When did he? Oh, there we go. Pretty much here. Pretty much exactly where I left off last time I watched him. Yeah. He was watching some weird stuff, and then he has Trita Parsi on, who is from what I understand, a very good journalist, like very knowledgeable about like the situation with the Epstein coalition's war on Iran.
Not funny.
To give you a little bit of fucking whiplash here.
Let's close the chat and.
Okay. I'm having a convo with Trita himself right now.
Yeah, let's watch this.
So we're gonna go there instead of whatever this AI video is. Trita Parsi.
Meanwhile,
thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
These are interesting times. We don't have a lot of time with you today because you're unbelievably busy given what's taking place right now with this deal between the United States of America and Iran. But before we get into that, I want to ask, how are you doing?
Turning down the sound a little bit.
You know, there were some conversations taking place about potentially taking away your green card and deporting you. Can you give us a little bit of update on what took place there and how you're feeling?
Sure. Thank you so much, Hassan. And I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about that and the support you and so many others have shown. Yeah, look, this is not fun in any way, shape, or form. I am used to, of course, for the last 20 years, the neocons try to cancel me and, deplatform me, accuse me all kinds of false accusation. I'm an Iranian agent. I work for the IRGC, all kinds of crazy things that they've thrown out to try to silence me. But this is definitely an escalation to try to go after someone's green card. But I think what happened, though, and it's very important to understand, the Free Press came out with this hit piece in which they claimed, based on one anonymous source, supposedly in the State Department, that there was an investigation of me. But within hours, the State Department itself came out and essentially denied that and said that they have no plans of deporting me. And what happened was that, there was this public backlash, but also based on conversations we had with folks on the inside, there was a lot of pushback from inside the administration. And it appears, and this part of that I'm saying here is a little bit speculative because I don't have smoking gun evidence. I have some circumstantial evidence and data to support it, which is that there appears to have been some folks inside the State Department that were in favor of doing this. They had been under pressure from Laura Loomer for the last couple of weeks. She's been tweeting against me and trying to get me deported. And they thought that a hit piece from Free Press and Bari Weiss's outlet there would be helpful towards pushing the process.
Also unrelated, I just remembered that whenever I see the official Iranian IRGC whatever broadcasts about stuff happening, Iranian reminds me a lot of Turkish. To me, it sounds very similar to Turkish, and made me understand a lot more when Hassan says this sounds like similar to Turkish, because it really does to me, at least.
Inside the administration forward. But it seems like it completely backfired, because instead there was this outcry against this and pushback from inside the administration itself. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily over. These guys are relentless. They want war. They're very much against the fact that at the Quincy Institute, we work to build bridges between the anti-war left and the anti-war right. And that we've been at least somewhat successful. Someone who's very much associated with the left, I go on Tucker, I go on Steve Bannon. So instead of them just being able to stop me from getting on, the left outlets, through Quincy, we've got access to the outlets on the right as well. And as a result, they escalated the matter to try to silence us, particularly now when it's so clear that this war is just such a dumb mistake. And it's that many of us who were criticizing it from the outset, even before it started, were right on this issue. So, these guys can't win an argument. They can't win a war. So what they do is try to silence you and do it that way. So the only difference, of course, is now they're escalating it further.
Well, if only they had listened to you and the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft at any point of this quagmire before.
Pronunciation couldn't be further off, but many Persian words in Turkish. I mean, that makes sense. Persian, there's also a lot of Persian words in, again, I've talked about this before, like South Asian Muslim language, like Quddha Hafiz instead of Allah Hafiz, where Quddha like refers to God. But just like it's Persian or like Persian derived, and then there's been kind of like a cultural revolution thing as well, where people like say Allah Hafiz instead, to make it more Islamic sounding, even though like Quddha Hafiz is perfectly valid from what I can understand.
Especially before,
assuming that you're not like an Arab, an Arabic supremacist to a certain extent.
Operation Epstein's Fury started 809 days ago. We wouldn't be in this predicament right now.
30 minutes, yeah.
Obviously, we got to talk about that.
I was gonna get some food, but I'm not.
There is a lot of back and forth taking place right now. But how are you feeling about this memorandum of understanding that is supposed to be signed in Geneva this Friday between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic? Which will then open up the process to a 60-day ceasefire negotiation where there will be a cessation of hostilities and hopefully a permanent resolution to this extended conflict between the United States of America and Iran. Do you feel confident that this is going to happen? Can you give us some details on what we know so far of the Memorandum of Understanding? I believe right before this interview started, there were some Israeli sources that had actually leaked some of the details that confirm.
What is going on with the chat? This is the third or fourth time I've been disconnected today.
That the Memorandum of Understanding is actually
like the service that I'm using for
not all that different from what the Iranian side was suggesting.
So I don't know if that's the case, and I would take some of the hardline Iranian media outlets with a grain of salt, and I would certainly take whatever the Israelis are leaking with a massive grain of salt. Because they also have an interest against this. I do think that based on things I've heard, a lot of the stuff that is now circulating in the Iranian media appears to be true. I don't know if it's 100%. What I think we can say is obviously there's going to be an opening of the straits. There's going to be a lifting of the blockade. There's going to be a release of some of Iran's funds, but it may be done in a way so that Trump can say that he didn't release it. Then the Iranians can still say that they got their money. There's going to be other things, such as an investment fund to reconstruct Iran. And I've seen that some messaging on the Democratic side, I can totally understand, obviously, that there would be a lot of criticism against this deal, because at the end of the day, Trump should never have started this war in the first place. What I'm a little bit worried about, that some Democrats will go so far and attack everything about this deal at a moment when the deal is still extremely fragile. And that the combination of them attacking it from the right, the neocons attacking it from the right, can end up causing the deal to derail. And then we're actually back at war. But there will be one significant difference. At that point, the war is no longer just Trump's war. It's also the Democrats' war, because of the manner in which they rallied against a memorandum that could have put an end to it. And I think that would be a huge mistake for the Democrats to do. I think there's going to be plenty of good ways of criticizing the deal without necessarily doing it in the manner that I've seen some of the initial reactions being.
Yeah.
But there's and of course, the biggest threat.
Again, it's so like incredible in a way. Like, not, once you learn a certain amount of politics and like, at least like subscribe to this train of thought of like, my at least understanding of capitalism, imperialism, and all that shit. It's not that surprising that this is the case. Yet, like, it's just insane, like how the Democrats are just like for so long, at least the establishment Democrats were just like, our issue with Donald Trump, he did not go through the proper processes for declaring war on Iran. It's not legal and all that shit. And then at the same time, like, not doing anything to like rein him in for like trying to make it an actual war or whatever. Like doing fuck all even like towards their fake ass like opposition party like argument. It's so disgusting, man. No, like it's just and then every continent and country in the West is just like, this is a good war or whatever, and like, oh, Iran is bad. Never mind that. One of the first things the Epstein Coalition did was, bomb a specific, not just a children's school, but like a girls' school, killing 200 children and their parents.
Is what the Israelis do.
The teachers.
And they have plenty of opportunities, particularly mindful of the fact that the Iranians, I think, are dead serious about Lebanon.
Mm-hmm.
And that will make it very easy for the Israelis to try to derail this.
So some of the information that's coming out, and we will not know, we won't know what's real until the deal is signed, and obviously we won't know what's real until America actually enforces whatever red lines they might have, as far as restraining Israel, for example. Some ships, according to the Iranian news agencies, Iranian ships have transited through the Strait of Hormuz unimpeded. So that obviously is a sign of progress. That means that the American blockade might have been lifted. There's some new reports from the Wall Street Journal. Alex Ward, the national security reporter, says the U.S. will allow Iran to immediately begin selling oil and fuel under the deal to end the war, offering Tehran an early financial incentive to wind down the conflict. The provision for waivers on sanctions on oil sales takes effect immediately upon signing the agreement. A senior U.S. official said even though Iran would get upfront sanctions relief for oil sales, sustained relief would be tied to Iran's performance, aka how it abides to the deal. So on the American side, it seems like they're dangling full-blown sanctions relief, as you and I had talked about, not just secondary sanctions like the ones that happened in the JCPOA for the European markets, but also primary sanctions relief as well, so that America could potentially, conduct some trade with Iran, which is a spectacular development. I'm perfectly in favor of this, and I do think that the Democrats should be speaking in favor of this as well. I've only seen Ro Khanna perform as a prominent Democrat in favor of peace rather than a continuation of conflict. But what do you think about the Israeli reaction thus far? I believe is
there's a key campaign for
the approval ratings for Donald Trump went from +16 to -23 in what seems to be an overnight change of attitude towards Donald Trump. They're very pissed off about Donald Trump now.
Yeah, look, the Israelis are having a public meltdown over this. This is undoubtedly a massive strategic defeat for Israel, if it holds, of course. And we have to also keep in mind, Obama got a deal. He got it through. He fought the fight. He got it. Nevertheless, it fell apart because the Israelis managed to convince Trump to walk out of it. At least that's what the Israeli narrative is. Netanyahu is on record saying, I'm the one who got Trump to leave the JCPOA. So I don't think the Israelis are going to give up. But look, they're having a massive meltdown because this is a major strategic defeat, particularly if primary sanctions are lifted. It will be much, much bigger than the JCPOA. And on top of that, of course, we should also know that part of the volume of the screech that you're seeing in Israeli media is also politically motivated, because this is everyone now trying to find a way to put a final nail in the coffin of Netanyahu's political career. He will go down owning this. And as a result, it will get rid of him. And then you'll have a bunch of other Netanyahus in Israel, because I frankly don't see a huge difference between them at this point. But nevertheless, that's part of the reason why the volume was also as high that it currently is on this issue.
Yeah. So the Iranian army has said that Israel has already violated the ceasefire in southern Lebanon 84 times since the U.S.-Iran deal was announced on Sunday, adding that the aggressor should expect a harsh response if the attacks continue. So this is...
It's such a fucking joke, man. Like, it's such a joke how it's just allowed. We just allow Israel to get away with this. They're still our very valuable ally. They're only democracy in the Middle East and all that fucking shit.
It's obviously a major point.
They were just like destroying the world economy for this, for their like genocidal, imperialist, colonialist like ambitions. Like, are you for fucking real? Like, come on, what the fuck?
If the red line, well, not the
Like,
red
at
line
least be
necessarily, but if
selfish.
Iran's major demand here, as
In
you and I
some way.
have talked about over the course of the past couple of months, is the hardest one to accomplish, which is forcing America to restrain Israel, specifically in the Lebanese theater. But there's some talks that it might even extend to Syria and maybe even Gaza. But that is obviously up in the air. But if that is the biggest ask, and America does not restrain Israel, what do you think will take shape in this conflict? Do you feel as though Iran will try to reestablish military deterrence, especially as you and I have also talked about the fact that Donald Trump sees any kind of concession, even an interest in deal making from the Iranian side, as a sign of weakness that he will pounce on?
So look, I think the Iranians are dead serious about Lebanon, and I'll go in a little bit as to why that is the case. I suspect that up until Friday, they probably will not do anything, particularly if the Israelis don't strike Beirut. By Friday, the Israelis may strike Beirut, by the way. But Beirut is the red line at this point, I think, not Lebanon. After Friday, it may be Lebanon, or they will be transitioning towards the full set of Lebanon. And I don't think the Iranians are joking about that. I think they're dead serious about this. And the key reason is the Iranians are not just trying to restore their own deterrence. They have done so in their view. They're trying to extend it. And that extended deterrence is part of their forward defense. If the Israelis had managed to defeat Hezbollah in 2006, the Israelis would have attacked Iran back then. The deputy foreign defense minister of Israel put this very clearly to me. I ran into him at a conference during that war, and he said, look, Iran is just a prelude. Lebanon is just a prelude. Iran is the real goal, and it's the war there is inevitable. We just have to first defeat Hezbollah. But they didn't manage to do so. And as a result, the war never reached Iranian territory. By 2024-25, Assad fell. Hezbollah was not defeated, but significantly weakened. And we saw that the war went to Iran's own territory. And now the Iranians are saying from now on, after this, Iran's deterrence will no longer be on its own border. It's going to be a forward defense. And the reason why I think they're even willing to risk the deal with Trump over this issue is because they're trying to get a guarantee that they're not going to get attacked again. What's going to be the best guarantee? Having that forward defense in Lebanon that prevents the Israelis from doing so, or a promise of a deal with Trump? They're not going to trust the deal with Trump. They're going to trust their own deterrence. So if they're forced to choose, I think the likelihood is that they will choose the forward defense, and they were going to be very serious and going to attack Israel again. We're already seeing signs that Trump day by day is getting more and more annoyed with the Israelis. It's not just angry statements at this point. There's a strategy behind what he's saying right now. Look at some of the things he said today. He suddenly came out of nowhere and said that the Iranians are rational. They're pleasant to deal with. They're looking out for their own interests. You can dismiss this.
That is like
this,
such.
Trump says so many
It's
things.
huge. Like very different.
It
from
is massive.
Yeah.
Because for
the usual
25
rhetoric.
years, the Israelis have, more than that actually, they have been marketing this narrative that says that Iran is irrational, it's ideological, and it is suicidal. If you accept these three premises, it means diplomacy won't work, deterrence will not work, and because of the fact that they're suicidal, you have no choice but to attack first.
Yeah.
Because their desire to die means that they're going to attack you at some point, regardless. So
There's
you have
such
to
a thing.
attack them first.
This
If
is
you
such
wanna-
a bizarre timeline. I mean, I feel like it's not even that weird. Like Trump very much is. He's not known for consistency, but it's still like it definitely shows that the tune has changed a little bit. I just wish, like, it would be nice if he actually was fucking hard on Israel, or not hard on Israel, tough on Israel. Sorry, fucking trilingual shit. But like, fucking, it's such a it is such obviously like you're being a weak leader. Like you want to like, you know, conservatives love their strong leader and shit. I mean, I think everyone does, really, but especially conservatives like to champion this idea of like a strong leader, doing things, not being weak, you know, projecting power, especially if you're fucking America. But at the same time, you're just being like dog walked by Netanyahu. Like, come on.
To drive a country towards a preventive war, this is the narrative you have to sell.
Preventive war,
successful.
by the way.
The Mad Mullah
so
image
stupid,
is very strong
man.
in Washington. Here comes
I need
Trump
to sweat a little
says,
bit less.
they're rational, pleasant to deal with. They're looking out for their own self-interest and building their country. What does that mean? They're not suicidal. He is destroying the premises that built up this Israeli narrative. And so this is more than just an angry phone call or pushing back a little bit. I'm not saying it's fixing everything in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to say that there's something significant about this. And I think it is an indication of the direction that he's going. It's insufficient, but it's very, very important.
Yeah, there's only one theocracy, I think, in the region that is belligerent and only understands force and restrains itself whenever they're matched up with sufficient military deterrence. And it's not Iran, it's actually Israel. However, I don't know. I mean, I do personally think it's a good sign because Trump used similar flowery language when referencing Ansar Allah when, Operation Prosperity Siege Guardian or whatever that was called was conducted and it failed. And Trump actually took the L on that. Which I gave him credit for at the very least to
learning about
cut a side deal with the Ansar Allah movement.
Like trying to understand like whether the fifth attempt, seventh, who knows, like umpteenth attempt, like an actual ceasefire between the Epstein coalition and Iran will hold or not. And the answer so far is like maybe Iran seems to be more serious about or at least seems to be like very strong on like Israel is not allowed to bomb Lebanon. And the West is getting more and more fatigued, understandably, by having its entire economy suffer. Meanwhile, Israel is like, throwing a tantrum. Oh, it's like asking what is the meaning of life. We'll know the answer. Yeah, for real. I mean, it looks like it's difficult to tell. Trump has been insanely not shitty. In fact, like very praising the Iranian leadership, like the negotiators or whatever, saying that they're reasonable. So that's very different from usual. While at the same time, the Israelis are throwing a hissy fit, like a baby throwing a hissy fit. If the baby was also like a demon, just like which does incredible murder every time it does it. Doing that, and if Iran continues, like it's actually insisting that Lebanon is like a red line, like don't bomb Lebanon. Israel seems just like going like I don't care. It's like largely is Trump appealing to Iran because he's attracted to strength and power. No, it's more like I maybe he would be. Actually. On that, I remember like saving a tic-tac about that, like how like Jeremy Scahill describing that the Iranian leadership unironically has included psychologists or psychiatrists in their team of negotiators to establish a psychological profile on Donald Trump. And they've said that it genuinely has helped them in their negotiations. Like they're not just like they've not said that he seems mentally ill as like a joke or anything, or mentally different. Like genuinely, like, yeah, yep, that makes sense, and it's very smart of them. Yeah. Let me see if I can actually find it because I did save it. I hope. I bet I've saved it. It's very short. Let's see. Jeremy Scahill. Is he one of these people? Jeremy Scahill. Did we watch it last time? I don't think so. Oh, shit, my PC. Jeremy Scahill. I think I spelled his name correctly. Oh, yeah, I think
Iranian sources told me a couple of weeks ago that the Iranian side added senior psychologists to their negotiating team to review the communications that they were going to be sending to the mediators to give to Trump. And they did that because the Iranians believe that Trump is legitimately mentally ill and is operating.
This post is from 4 days ago. I don't know if this is from 4 days ago, but I mean,
in an impaired mental state. And they didn't say this is a joke. They didn't say this with any lightness. They said, we recognize that we are dealing with a mentally incapacitated individual, and we've had senior psychologists work up a psychological profile of what they think is going on with Trump's brain. And so we started to cater our messages by running them past senior psychologists before delivering them to Trump. And they said that we started to then see some progress they almost talked about it like a clinical sense, like they're dealing with a patient, see some progress in the negotiations. And I've also heard from sources that mediators, right now you have Qatar involved in a very deep way. You have Pakistan remaining involved. You have Turkey, Saudi Arabia, that some of the mediating countries are also starting to become deeply concerned that Trump is totally erratic, and that when they have conversations with him, that Trump is saying, yes, I'm agreeing to these things. They then double check, so we can take this now back to the Iranians. Yes, you can. And then they do it. And the Iranians, there's an exchange of ideas. And then things like this happen where Trump says, oh, no, that's nothing, what I agreed to. Iranian.
Brilliant. Solely Nation contents are pro when engaging with these kinds of when engaging with these kinds of personal disorders. There's a bit. But I guess think Trump would be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, ADHD, frontotemporal dementia. ADHD, I actually had not thought about Trump being, but actually I can see that. I can definitely see ADHD. That's a very. How come I never thought of that? Damn. Narcissistic personality disorder. That. I think that very much makes sense. That is something that a lot of people agree with. That the sexual assaults he's committed also seem like. I mean, it doesn't seem like he is particularly interested in sexual intercourse as much as just displaying dominance or whatever. He's always been impulsive, disorganized in his language. He's so ADHD. I know. Frontotemporal dementia. Does that? What? So bad memory. Really bad memory. I thought that could be due to dementia. He is egocentric. He believes what he thinks. If he says he's smart, it's because he believes it. I do, yeah, that makes sense. Frontotemporal is dementia of the prefrontal cortex primarily. Haven't thought about ADHD at all. I don't think I have either, but I totally, I see it. Now that Nimdog mentioned it, I'm I see it. I totally see it. But yeah, that's the state of the world. That is a dear NATO ally of Denmark and the EU. Though to be fair, we're moving away from America. We're going to do racism our own way. We're going to continue being racist. We're going to continue being colonialist, capitalist, just awful people. But less American, I guess. We're going to buy from good homegrown European weapons and arms manufacturers, not from America. I mean, I guess that's some improvement, though not much.
Movement where he said they're very strong fighters and we really pummeled Yemen and it didn't do anything. So he does.
I'm gonna go
that does signal to me, at least during my past performance, that this deal might be closed.
Though we are very much. I think we're not that far off from America and the fascism racism thing, considering the several race riots recently. Dementia is neurodegenerative and shows up with age and cognitive decline. ADHD is something you are born with, not related to age. That makes sense. I think I do think Waitakol was just thinking that that it's just the way he behaves is more due to dementia, not because of ADHD. All right, I'm going to go to Luke.
But I still believe that Israel will do everything in its power to diminish this. Let me float this idea by you. There's some conversations at G7 right now that European partners might be involved in the demining operations potentially, in the transiting, or at least play the role of Coast Guard in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran clearly sees the Strait of Hormuz as a part of which it is, Iranian waterways alongside Oman. They do not consider it to be international waters. They consider it to be their territory, and obviously it's both, right? But what I am fearful of is that when America, alongside maybe even French and British navies, is going through the Strait of Hormuz, I worry that would be the most opportune time for Israel to broaden the conflict somehow and force an Iranian retaliation or response, and force the hands of the European vassals to also join, regardless of the bilateral commitments that they may or may not have with Iran, which they've not been so open about. What do you think about that? Is it crazy conspiracies, or do you feel like,
no? I mean, the first part of it, yeah, we should be very careful about one thing. The fact that Trump will fight back, I think, is a good sign. Again, it's not clear whether it's sufficient, because at the end of the day, he's going to have to do so 24/7. This is not a halftime job. If he wants this deal, he's going to have to persistently and consistently fight back and push back against the Israelis. And the Israelis will push back. But it's not predetermined what will happen, in my view. It's very much based on what they end up doing, how they play their cards. So there is a chance that Trump comes out prevailing out of this. And I say this because I lived through this. A lot of people are saying there's no way Obama is going to defeat AIPAC on Capitol Hill. And he did. Now, of course, they came swinging back afterwards and got rid of his deal through Trump. But nevertheless,
the symptom of impulsive disorganized speech and behavior predates his old age. That makes sense. I'm not so familiar with his behavior before he became the president, and that initial thing, but I from the little I have seen, it does make sense. I've paid attention to Trump's behavior and his use of dimensional reports to the behavior. I think I'm wrong on that.
That fight, he did win it, and he fought.
Like with Biden, of the little I have seen when Biden was younger, like I definitely think it's very much a case of age-related illnesses or whatever, like some type of degradation. Like for sure, I do think that. Biden, speaking when he was younger, definitely had like, even though Jim Crow Joe and all that shit, like he had gusto for what it's worth. He was a good speaker, at least from some of the clips I've seen. You aren't wrong in general sense, but for Trump, it simply exaggerated the pre-existing condition.
Now, when it comes to some of the other things that you mentioned, the Europeans are going to offer these.
Also,
things.
I hope you're
I'm
well
not
in
so sure the Iranians are going to accept it. I'm just speculating on this. I have not any inside information.
Might do some gaming in a bit.
But I find it unlikely that the Iranians will let the Europeans back into this. The Europeans are out. The Europeans are going to have to do a couple of things for the Iranians to agree to let them back in, and particularly giving them some sort of a role in all of this. The Iranian insistence is that the territorial waters, that the strait is partly Iranian territorial waters and partly Omani territorial waters. They're insisting that there is no international waters.
I'm glad you're at least
they
doing
have
better.
not signed on to UNCLOS, the Law of the Sea Convention. Neither has the United States, incidentally. So even though the U.S. invokes it all the time, the U.S. itself has not signed or ratified it. So the
also, way too cold. Can you check DMs real quick?
legality of it, I think, is
If you ever need to talk again, then don't just let me know.
rely on that and not allowing that to happen. Instead, they will try
Always
to deny
around.
it themselves.
Well, not always, but
the
when I am, I will
Europeans, I just
respond.
have no scenario I can see them actively going into a war with Iran, particularly not after what happened. If the United States did not succeed militarily, what are the Europeans going to do? In fact, I think
it's so fucking insane to me. Like, bro, like our prime minister before they formed the new government, and still the leader now with the new government, she's just like, yeah, we will send our military to help America patrol the Hormuz or whatever, like open up Hormuz. And I'm just like, we are such like little dogs. We are such vile, disgusting little dogs. I was to lurk mode, heading to the office. Will be on audio only for now. No worries. I hope you have a lovely day at the office. Come again? Oh, right. What's it called? Can you check your DMs real quick? Check your Discord.
One of the things that came out of the statement that the E4 made, which is a new formulation, it used to be the E3, was that they said that they're willing to lift sanctions on Iran. I think they're a little bit late to the party, to be frank with you, because
lifting sanctions now.
He's going to lift a lot of sanctions, and without the American secondary sanctions and primary sanctions, a lot of the world is going to start trading with Iran, and the Europeans. The sanctions they have on Iran is not going to be leverage. It's going to be an obstacle that gets themselves into that market and trying to build, from their standpoint, it's going to be important to make sure in particular, I think, that Iran doesn't drift further towards China and Russia.
Yeah. There's obviously that element there as well. What do you think about what has been the most surprising aspect of this deal for you? For me, it's the $300 billion fund. I saw
wait, 300 billion?
What has been the most surprising aspect of this deal for you? For me, it's the $300 billion fund.
Okay,
I saw the
not a small amount
possible Reuters coverage on United Arab Emirates panic shipping $300 billion of released funds potentially to Iran a couple days prior. That could be this opaque funding structure that America might have set up. But the $300 billion fund is
what is like the I guess budget Iranian government? I guess annual budget. I'm curious what their annual government is. So the budget featured a high deficit, more than predict all revenues for something. A high deficit, something. I want to know what the exact. Okay, what is this Wikipedia article on the Iranian budget? Not actually tell me how much was in the Iranian budget. Iranian's government budget real soft road ahead. December 2026, 2025 by Al Jazeera. Blah 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 blah. At the current exchange rate, their whole budget is worth about $106 billion. Okay. And is that lower or higher than before? The percentage budget nominally grew by just over 5% compared with last year. But inflation currently stands 50%. Okay. So, about 106 billion US dollars. And Trump wants to give them, in the negotiations have gone to giving the $300 billion. That's not a bad amount.
Reparations, it seems. The Iran, Phil Stewart, chief national security reporter, Reuters says, Iran deal includes $300 billion fund, more than half of which already committed. The new fund is a private investment vehicle, not a reconstruction or reparations program, and will not include any government money or grants, the source said, adding that companies based in the U.S., the Gulf Arab states, Asia, South America, and Africa have agreed to commit financing. Investments pledged span energy, logistics, manufacturing, and transport, the source said. Is that surprising to you? How do you feel about that? Is this Trump finally getting away with it without shipping pallets of cash to Iran?
Yeah. So look, the only surprise I have is that perhaps this is already part of the deal at this stage. This is something that I thought perhaps would come as part of the end of the memorandum rather at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
And I still am not clear exactly when it will be implemented. It would be completely wrong to look at this as charity. This is business opportunities for a lot of these different companies. They're looking to make money. Iran has suffered at least $300 billion of damages. So it will need to rebuild itself. This is one of those points, by the way, that I've seen that some Democrats are attacking. And I find
at least $300 billion in damages, good grief.
Because this is not a scenario in which the U.S. is giving American money to Iran or the U.S. government. This is private entities, but more than anything else, if the regional states decide that they want to help rebuild Iran, they want to invest there because they've realized The isolation of Iran is not productive. It led to a war. It was disastrous.
They're not
So
good
they
in
want
any
to
way,
try
shape, or form
economic
for
integration as a way
anyone
of
involved,
preventing future wars,
except for
building
Israel.
those type of bridges. Same thing that happened in Europe after the Second World War, the Steel and Coal Union, and all of these different things that try to ensure that economic integration raised the cost of war and created a buffer against it. If the Europeans want to go in that direction, the GCC states and others want to go in that direction, how's that possibly bad for the US? If it means that it stabilizes the region, reduces the risk of war, if it means that the Iranian people who have suffered tremendously because of this war actually get reconstruction, and we're going to be against that because Trump is doing it, I think it's a betrayal of values. And I think perhaps talking points that have
I mean,
not been really
the
thought
Democrats
through
are just
as
against the ending of
because I
the
think
war.
this is
They are very much
exactly
pro
the type
this
of
war.
thing that is needed to make sure that the deal actually sticks. There was
Also, don't understand what's going on with my
Yeah. No, I
do I not have
think
extensions?
part of that is the Democrats are in a unique predicament now because Trump is actually doing something that is appropriate and good. And I think Democrats are used to Trump doing bad things all the time. And there are the midterms that are coming up, obviously. So they have to find this weird messaging maneuver where on the one hand, I think some of them who might even be in favor of a negotiated settlement of longstanding peace in the region have to still criticize Donald Trump, and in an effort to do so, they have to say, "Well, this sucks. You lost." Well, the reality of the matter is, America did lose. America lost on the battlefield a war of choice that they certainly did not need to take. And I think one of the best possible ways to get out of this, while still being critical of Donald Trump, is to probably highlight the commitments that Iran always had, longstanding commitments that they had through the JCPOA, which was which now looks to be even a much better diplomatic accomplishment in comparison to what Donald Trump has done.
From what I understand, very much if this peace is actually kept, a huge win for Iran. Even though many of their civilians and people and infrastructure, military and civilian has just been destroyed by the Epstein coalition. But long term, they are definitely coming out on top.
While simultaneously saying it's good that we're actually getting other companies to release these sorts of funds to offer some semblance of reparation for the children that our forces killed in Iran.
If the world was fair at all, the reparations would be much, much higher. Sadly, we are not in a very fair world.
Listening to what Ro Khanna has said, for instance, he said, "I was against this war. So how could I be against ending this war? Obviously, I'm going to be in favor of ending
Do you guys want
but you can still be against this war.
Bruce
You can still,
or
in
Age
my
of
view,
Wonders
say
4?
none of
What
this
do you
was
prefer?
necessary if
Which
Trump
do
had
you
never
prefer?
walked out of the JCPOA in the first place. In fact, by now, we would probably have a much better situation in the region, et cetera, because we would have had time to build these bridges, the trust,
If you have a
et cetera.
preference.
Yeah.
So those are all valid points, but just don't put forward a critique that actually serves the interest of the neocons who want to push this back towards war, because that would be really foolish and shoot for the Democrats to actually shoot themselves in the foot, because they will be co-owners of that.
Think a little bit
future
less
war
about
if that's the
viewership
direction
when
that
choosing
they go.
games.
Yeah, and last point, because I know
Otherwise
we
I
got to
will
let you go.
destroy my own
one thing I will
science stream.
say is this, and I want to hear your perspective on it.
I've begun to realize
there is a lot of
the one
talk
that's
about
easy
how
on your PC.
we
I mean,
fought
that's
Israel's
obviously
wars
Bruce.
for decades. I think that's wrong. Obviously,
But,
Israel has
I don't care as long as I can play it.
consulted.
No preference on my end?
to-
All right.
or goaded America into going to war
Thank you
in
for your feedback, guys. I appreciate it.
Iraq as well. However, that was an American thing, right? That was an American crime. We should take ownership over that. But in this circumstance, there is a third party argument that we could be making about Israel's direct involvement and direct intervention. And I think that's also another way to openly say who is responsible, except I do fear that a lot of Democrats,
I need to
both
read about
AIPAC
Blue
funded
Line
and not,
Revolution
who
at
are
some
fearful of the Israeli lobby, will refuse to say that truth, that like none of this needed to happen with Iran, and that Israel has always been the spoiler in terms of diplomacy with Iran, and we should be charting a very different a very different foreign policy in this region, one that is sovereign, one that puts the control back in the hands of the United States of America.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Hassan. I think that's the right message. And I would add one thing to it. I think the Democrats can also push Trump from the left instead of pushing him from the right and say, look, okay, you ended this war. You say this is a good thing. Okay, if that is the case, we want to see you defend this deal in the manner that is necessary to make sure that it survives. And that necessitates that you get really serious about stopping the Israelis.
Yeah.
So if you want to criticize them or push them from that direction, rather than saying, oh, you're giving the Iranians 300 billion, or, just copying whatever the Republicans said to Obama in 2015. They never even read the deal. They were just automatically against it. And I think that was an irresponsible thing for the Republicans to do at the time. It would be equally irresponsible for the Democrats to do that today.
Yeah. Trita Parsi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much
Vice
for
President
having
of the
me.
Quincy Institute. Where can people find you? You have a Substack.
They should go to my Substack, which is
I need to follow him on Substack. I also need to begin posting shit on my Substack.
Twitter, T-Parsi, or go to the Quincy Institute's website, which is quincyinst.org.
I never ended up posting the thing. I was like,
thanks so much for having me.
Giving us some time.
Thing of writing about China.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And the AI stuff. That was really cool, really great interview. I've already seen it before, like the full thing. But that's also why I decided that I want to share it with you guys, because it's information that I at least find very difficult to like be up to date on. And I was thinking that interview is a very good way for everyone to catch up. Right, okay. Hassan Pike can meet Jeremy Corbyn, Israel Trump, and ooh, okay, that's something we have to. Do I already have that on my watch later? How to read Antonio Gramsci, the Gramsci. Okay, I'm sure this is a very good video, but it's an hour video about how to read about works of an author that. I mean, I do want to read a lot, but. Good grief. Right. I will see if I can launch what do you call it? Age of Wonders without this PC dying. So give me just a moment. Bismillah. Processing shaders. It's doing that quickly. I can just hear my CPU speed up. Anyways, also that thing. I listened to more of like the audiobook of like No God But God, and that made me like realize that I really want to learn about the Iranian Revolution. It talked about like how the reason for the first Khomeini, like the first Ayatollah post-revolution got the power was because he was very smart in the way how he combined theology with like populist rhetoric. And I think that is very interesting. Game settings, blah, 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 blah. That looks fine. Mod library. Oh, we don't want any mods. Playsets. Okay, that's one of them. But I want to play with no mods. Okay, play. Now let's see if this will work. Properties, game caption. That looks correct. Game audio properties. I want to add Age of Wonders. Okay. Let me just do this. Can you guys see it? You should be able to see it quite well, quite decently. Okay, my RAM is almost entirely used up, which is concerning, but to be fair, I still have the other browser thingy open. So I will turn that off. That should save us some resources, at the very least. Can you hear? It looks like you're able to hear it quite fine. Oh right, I also just realized everything is much quieter. My apologies. There we go. Can see it? We can see it. Excellent. Blah blah. Okay.
Free from their imprisonment, ancient wizard kings come
It's a little bit quiet.
seeking lost magics and new realms to conquer, turning all whom they encounter by choice or by force. Through strife, champions
Child revenge time.
new unities are founded,
Woke.
and powerful
Also woke.
knowledge unlocked.
Satan woke.
As gods and mortals clash, the force is unleashed to shape a new age
So much for me being quiet.
of wonders.
Bismillah. Alright, let us do this. Inshallah my PC can handle it. So far so good. At least it's doing better than... Okay, you know how I was about to say it's doing better than you know how I said it's doing better than... I was about to say it's doing better than CK3? My GPU usage is at 115%. Like immediately, as soon as we went through that screen. So yeah, that's interesting. Let us change the display to window. Yeah, window, let's go with that. No. Exclusive full screen, yes. Can we do this? Full HD, please. Okay. This should take off some of the mic. Like CPU wise, we're doing great. Like it peaks at about 40%. But my GPU usage, despite just lowering the setting, is still at 115%. The GPU temperature is at 86. Oh, now it's only at 110%. Oh my fuck. What is going on with the graphics? Why does it look like this? I'm answering some questions my general therapist gave me for the morning chilling. Nice. Okay, right. For now, skip intro, autosave, and enable the game automatically make a save each time you end the turn. Sure, full tutorial. It's very weirdly like blurry. Why is it so blurry? Set graphics down a little bit. Render scale is 100%. Bloom, volumetric lighting. Yeah. Try work around enable work with potential issues and subscribe. If you're kind of difficult. Okay, apply. Okay, it looks alright, I think. Maybe I just want to do windowed. Okay. Settings. Graphics. Can I not choose the... Why can I not choose the size of the windowed option? What? Why can I not choose resolution? What the fuck? Okay, this doesn't look different for you guys. More actions, set window, not configure window settings. Yes, I want, can I like... Can... Normal window, yeah, okay. Okay, let us go back to this. So this looks blurry, which I don't like. The other option is borderless. Let's try that. I mean, it looks like my my GPU is working overtime anyways, regardless of what it is we do. So let's just go with this. UGF is a very funny acronym. This asking me to reflect on my past and next trait, which helped me and him and me as little homework tool about me as well. Nice. I hope your conversation goes super well, says. Okay, graphics wise, it's still blurry, and I don't know why, because the render scale is at 100%, so I genuinely don't know what's going on. Medium graphics should be okay. You're very welcome. Movement animation speed, we'll put it at fast for now. Skip turn notification, our movement notification, also combat. Oh, shit. Oh, what is going on? Now the graphics are completely whack. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what's going on with why it's like this. When I click out, it will lag. That is fine. I don't mind that. Okay, create faction.
Your journey starts here.
Okay, no, let's not do that. Can you set the game, by the way, way too cold, to Age of Wonders 4? If I click the continue button, what happens? Mod conflict. You're missing. Would you like to continue? No. Okay, yeah, I had mods in one of my games. So this is our Pantheon, House Shimling.
On this screen, you choose by your grand adventure.
Thank you very much, wait, it's called. Alright, I need to go back to the settings and increase the sound. Audio. Okay, this should be better. What the shit? Okay, good. We'll just keep it like so. It'll be windowed from now on. And that'll be fine, probably.
Choose your destination.
Story Realm 3. So, in this one, I've completed 1 and 2. Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear that says. So, I'm just gonna... I think maybe I'll just show you guys this approximate story of these two. In the first one, you're just rising to power, basically the most tutorial mission. And in the second one, you're like investigating like... So like you're a Godia or whatever, you become a Godia, which is like, you become a god, and you can either be like some sort of being which becomes a god, or you can be like a human which has ascended to godhood, and you become a Godia or whatever. In the first one, I think you're just like a human who becomes a god. In the second one, you're like part of the Covenant, which is this alliance of Godias. The Godias are a faction within the blah blah Pantheon of Godia, which seeks to uphold ancient agreements of peace and stability as written by Archons in the ages past. The lawful tendencies often put them in direct opposition to the Shadrai, whom we are sent to investigate in this thing. I'm trying to figure out like what's going on in this place. I think therapy will help getting over the loss to Australia. It's funny. In the third one, as an agent of the Shadrai, venture to a demonic realm of never-ending war to search for an ancient Archon artifact. An ancient Archon artifact of power. Become the victor in an area of mad violence and in the curse of Obadoth. Which is this area, I guess, which brought doom upon so many aspiring kings in Godia. So, this is what we'll do. We will do normal difficulty. So, this realm has 3 traits. One of them is Domain of Mayhem. This realm has a maddening influence seeping into the minds of all those who fight in its lands. All combat is affected by Domain of Mayhem, which means that every 2 turns, all units have a base 30% chance of being infected with Berserk, which does these things that you can see here. What laddie? Oh, sorry. Just that. And there's Caldera. This realm is a caldera with a lava at the center of the map and mountains with edges. And last but not least, Eternal Battleground, complex realm trade. A realm A realm dominated by violence where war is the only law. All rulers of free city laws will declare war on each other when they first meet. It is not possible to negotiate peace. This does not affect cities released as vassals or remnant cities of defeated empires. Meaning,
your journey starts here.
We want to be good at war. As you can see, I have a preference for the type of beings I make. Could take these guys. These are the Dawi. I've made so many different Dawi. Why are there 2 different coastal Dawi? Whatever. So there's this one. What is this one about? We have artificers, summon, blah 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 blah. I hope you recommend doing better after the 4-1 against Norway. That's funny. So Faith, Dwarfkin, defensive traits. The reformed Dawi under Shemling, hailing from Shemlingrad, learned that water is not just a source of life, but must be life of materials, including instruments. Finally, says to Congress, what? I'm not sure if I wrote this or yeah, okay, whatever. Defensive tactics, very, very strong. Quick reflexes, also very, very good. And cold-blooded. Morale losses reduced by 50%. Industrial, higher production income. Through pulse ring, units get sturdy as they get hit in battle, and scout prospecting, which is very useful on this map. Experience. Oh, wait, what?
In the following steps, you will create your people.
More people need therapy, true.
Ruler. In this step, you can choose your faction's physical form.
Starting traits, tough, handy, blah 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 blah.
In this step,
we are industrious. Okay, I thought we'd tell the game to not give us that shit. Stop. Experienced seafarers is whatever, not that useful in this thing. Founding cities is cheaper. Starting bonus, expanded governance. This matters for 2 reasons. So society traits you can only have 2 of. These are traits for your society. A thing which is very useful with the like one thing that's important to also know regarding these traits we pick. So you can see these numbers here, the affinity. It basically is like it also gives us like affinity is kind of like research points and will unlock things as you play. So yeah. Relentless Crusaders. Ooh. Pantheon unlock. What does that mean? Oh, we've unlocked it through the Pantheon. Incredible. Yes, bah. Interesting. Relentless Crusaders might be interesting. Imperialists. Throne City and cities that share a border with the Throne City gain more stuff. Devotees of good. Nimdar coming in just to say that. It's funny. Chosen Uniters. Prolific Swarmers. Ancient Wise Ones. Casters. I think usually I do want at least one of these green thingies. The Nature Affinity. Lol, I'm in traffic. Valid. I've heard that the commutes in America can be very insane. Though thankfully we're also moving in that direction in Europe. In most places at least. What else? Seekers of Wonders, Runesmiths. Runesmiths is like a standard pick for me, you know, dwarves and all that shit. We need more roundabouts. True. Unironically. Actually, where I live, they just removed a lot of roundabouts, which is so stupid to me. Also, my GPU is at 118% usage and 87 degrees Celsius, which I've been told by a friend is like fine, and that means that it's okay that that's the case. I still think that my GPU should be doing better than what we're currently seeing. So I do want to look into that at some point. And I was disconnected from the chat again. Don't know why that is. Unit enchantment research cost knowledge unlock is lower, and also unit enchantments cost less upkeep. This is super useful. I make use of this a lot. We will, in this game, two things are usually true, and that is you're gonna enchant your units a lot. Also, you're going to like sort of do magical eugenics. Yeah, pretty much. And we'll be doing a lot of that, so yeah. Great builders. Equipment holders. Hermit Kingdom, no thank you. Mana Channelers. Ancient Wise Ones. Ideally, I want something which gives us better production. Devotees of Good could be nice. We already have that. Keepers of Knowledge is not particularly useful in our current situation. Chosen Uniters. Bugger me. More income from vassals could be quite useful. Because in my experience, it's useful to have vassals. But I think we might go with Adept Settlers. Yeah, let's go with Adept Settlers. And hopefully I'll not regret it. Worst case scenario, we can do shit differently later.
Tome, a collection of magical spells, units, and bonuses that you will be able to research to empower your empire.
Okay, whatever. I don't know why this build has Tome of Faith. I'm sure there is a good reason, but I don't remember. Let's see. City Spell, no. Might just be the least bad one. Convent is useful. Knowledge and Mana. Abbey is, yeah. Whatever.
In this step, you will start to create your ruler, a powerful hero who accompanies your armies and carries out. In this step,
Appearance, I mean, you know, we already have that shit on lock. We are very much dwarf maxing. What about weapon? Where did we pick that? Captain's Axe and Shield. Battle Axe and Captain's Shield when... Oh, no. Oh, interesting. I feel like this is a little bit different. Adjacent units lose morale. Okay. Veteran's Pike. One issue with the pike is that you can't use it while on horseback. Sword and net. Ooh, that's interesting. If you go back to Dwarf Kit, no.
Form?
The traits, there we go. Oh, interesting, they've added... Ooh, okay. Weak Constitution, Robots, Magic, Physical. I mean, no, I don't want any of those. Uncooperative, I don't want. Careless, defense mode is less effective. That one I could consider doing. Because there's only one less good. And that will allow us to have another positive. Additional units become cavalry, no. Utility, athletics, faster, sharp eye, adaptable. Defense, hardy, elusive. They need to add what that dwarf leader is carried by other dwarves on the battlefield like in a Warhammer. That would be funny. Adaptations. Starting underground could be interesting, but I think Desolate adaptation could be useful. We could also make a race from scratch. Since this is going to be like a not nice world. Kind of tempting to make like an orc race specifically for this. What do you guys think? should we dwarf max, or should I make like should we make a race from scratch? Which we feel, which I feel would fit the setting, the world that we're embarking on a tiny bit better. Poisonous, interesting, tough, offensive tactics. Let's adapt. All right, we just dwarves which adapt. Okay, you're not incompatible with Careless. Interesting. What about incompatible with Cold-Blooded, Coward? Careless or weak constitution? Let's go with Careless. Dwarf max. All right, we are dwarf maxing. I feel like, okay, reflexes is not, although it is very useful, let's dwarf max a little bit more, and instead choose something that makes sense for dwarves. I feel like Careless does not make as much sense. Weak constitution, to me, also doesn't make a whole ton of sense, in a way, but to me, like, because in my mind, dwarves are very, very strong constitution, right? Like, that's the thing. They're very resilient, very endurant, like very high endurance, etc. But in terms of like the effect, it makes more sense than Careless, I would say. In fact, uncooperative almost makes more sense, except not enough to me. Uncooperative, like Coward, uncooperative, like vulnerable to magic, vulnerable to physical, Careless. Like none of these make sense to me. In either effect nor like flavor text. Weak constitution, however, units recover their health slowly. That makes a little bit more sense to me. To me, they can like signify, not a lot of dwarfs. Cheerful, units more likely to critically hit. Could be useful. Light-footed. Friendly units do not block movement. Defensive tactics, I feel like, makes a lot of sense. It is quite it costs 2 points, but to me makes sense. Resilient makes sense to me for dwarves. There's also some other things like Inner Fire and Radiance and stuff. Herbivore, Bulwark. Defensive mode makes them even stronger. Hideous Stench, that's funny. Arcane Focus, Ceaseless Cacophony. Okay, Underground adaptation, I almost feel like we have to pick. Yeah, that Underground adaptation. I really, okay, Underground adaptation makes sense to me. Sneaky does not make sense. Strong makes a lot of sense to me. Keen-sighted, no. Ferocious, maybe. Empowered by magic, no. Or wait, once per turn when taking damage from magic attacks or spells, gain strengthened for 3 turns. Okay, that does make sense to me. Ceaseless cacophony, cane focus. So strong and empowered by magic both make sense to me for dwarves. Pack tactics. No, I think defensive makes more sense for them. Hardy makes sense. Elusive just not makes that much sense to me. We have 3 more points. Tenacious damage penalties from casualties are halved. Ooh, okay, that... we might go for that one, actually. If we go with Tenacious, then we can't pick any of these other thingies. Though we could pick Cheerful. Morale loss is reduced by 50%, or morale gain is increased by 50%. Okay, let's go with Cold-Blooded and Resilient. This way our dwarves are very, very tanky. Underground adaptation allows us, it'll make us start on the ground, which I don't generally like, but that way we can make our bases underground without having any issues. Cable will also make it so that we can move faster underground. So let us accept these.
What is their origin?
Oh shit! Wait, has it just reset everything?
What
Come
is your
on.
people's form? What is their origin culture?
We're going with industrial. Wait, what? Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. Some of the different, what do you call it? Like, cultures are changed. Like, they have a secondary choice as well. Very cool, very interesting. Potentially, people are experimental spellcasters seeking knowledge and arcane arts. Attunement, Avesta spellcasters, attuned to arcane. Astral echoes, special resources. Okay. Well, we're going with industrialists because that just makes sense to me. We're dwarves. Through pulsing units to get sturdier as they get hit in battle. That also just makes sense. Also, scout prospecting is very, very useful in this map.
What defines their society?
We want wonders. Wonders make us more productive, and we also start with a wonder. Adept settlers, so we can, spread dwarfness more quickly, but maybe we will change that. We could, Rudesmiths is just such a classic pick for dwarves, It is such a... it just makes so much sense to me. We could also go with equipment hoarders. Gain extra mana with hero items for the equipment hoard. I mean, that might be better than that actually might be better than Runesmiths, because that will give us a passive income of items, and we will be getting a lot of items for a lot of combat. Great builders makes a lot of sense for dwarves as well, but we can't have everything.
Choose your first tone of magic.
Sorry. Okay, so either we go holy or we go something else. What is this thingy? Oh, this goes on like the game start. Okay. I mean, these ones just make sense. Ideally, we want one. We want to get some affinity with every school as soon as possible. I don't remember whether getting the Faith one is better first or something else. Might want to go for Chaos specifically because Searing Blades is cool. Fire Fury Imbuement. Immolate. Ritual Pyre. That's the drafting. Wait, what? The drafting of Inferno puppies. Cute. But also. I'm spending a lot of time choosing this. I promise there's a good reason, maybe. Minor race transformation, magical wards. Ooh, that is good. Okay, that magical wards also in a way makes sense to me. Dwarves are inherently more resistant to magic. That's why they use runes, blah blah blah. I guess like magical wards can be like inscribe, like minor race transformations. That's the magical eugenics thing I was talking about, you know. And we can say this is part of that. Also, I'm feeling hungry, but also don't feel like eating anything that I can think of eating. Even good food that I don't really have access to right now. So that's fun. Start with Static Shield. Is that a very high level spell to start with? Yes, it is. Okay, wow. Oh, okay, but this also doesn't... This book does not start us with any building. Interesting. Okay, right, fair. I'm allowed to re-remember a lot of things, because the way you build cities in this game, in my opinion, is very satisfying. Like, there's a lot of, you know, not mix and match is the word. The word is like synergy. It's very synergy focused. Like, I don't remember how much the other game was like synergy focused, but this game is very much like synergy maxing. You were like, you know, it's magic eugenics maxing and also just synergy. You just like build, like your cities are just like how much synergy can you like fit in, because there's a lot of like adjacency bonuses and that type of thing. And that also, like there's also a lot of that in the combat. Right, we start with terms of warding.
What is your ruler's origin?
Society.
What defines their society?
I found industrious. I also want both seeds and ones and equipment order stuff.
What is your ruler's origin? Reveal yourself.
This should be the same. Okay, the class. All right, class. That's new, I think. Spellblade. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is very new. As in very well. It was not here last time I played it. So this warrior. Defender is a hero class specialized in defending its allies by ability and retaliation. Warrior hero class specializes in charge attacks, dealing damage and gaining strength through fighting. I'm thinking of the warrior thing. I like to have the main guy just really get in there. The other things are probably also very, very cool, but you know. Death Knight also sounds very cool. But Spellblade, not. Yeah, we're going with warrior. We're going full on dwarf maxing. This is us. The helmet is maybe a little bit. So we want leg size to be... I guess this is fine. I mean, they're dwarves anyway, so they're already shorter than most others. Skin color... this is fine, I guess. We don't see the sun a lot. Body shape... Yeah, let's not do that. Physique. You want all the way. And most of these things make sense, I feel like. Army mount type? Ooh. Yeah, let's just go with the boar. That makes sense. Skin decoration. Oh. Army hair color. Let's see what other weapons again. Feudal longsword strikes at the target. What's the difference between that and the battle axe? That's the same but better. Capture one in combat. There's another for units have plus 25% modifiers plus while game. The Tyrant Shield at the end of this unit's turn, and adjacent enemy units have a 9% chance of losing -5 morale. Elder Vampire. Oh, I guess that must be a new, like, Codia type, which they've introduced. Ah, Great Hammer is so cool. The only issue with the Great Hammer is that you can't have a mount with it, which is very useful to have otherwise. Industrious Hammer, Industrious Shield, Helmet, and a mount. No, we'll just go with the Battle Axe and the Captain's Axe and Shield. We'll not start with a mount, but we can get one.
You're nearly done. All that's left now is to name your ruler and race, and you can begin.
Let's see.
In this step,
Vampires are so fun to play.
That your ruler can fulfill. In order to earn bonuses that affect your throne.
Oh, okay, this is new. Okay, you know, I would say I've given them a decent amount of flack and probably give more for the DLC policy, but I will say at least they are adding more stuff for those who don't have the DLCs, which is nice. About a quarter or maybe a fifth of the things I've seen so far. Well, maybe not that much, but a decent amount of things I've seen so far are like things which they've added to the game since I last played it. This despite me not really having in DLCs. You love terraforming with them? Nice. Terraforming is cool. Let's see. Okay, rule ambition. Each ambition, this having the ambition that your role can fulfill in order to earn bonuses that affect your own city. Each ambition has 2 objectives for your rule to fulfill: a major one that can be completed only once, and a minor one that can complete it repeatedly. Fulfilling ambitions grants renown, which strengthens the bonuses your ruler grants to your starting city. Gaining enough renown increases the renown, which increases the bonus the Covenant city gains from Hero Covenant's trait. Additionally, renown levels grant units in the hero's army additional morale and reduce the chance of losing units when routed. I see. Constructor is sim ambition, which you fulfill by combating units in battle. That looks very, very boring, so we're not going to go with that. Steward is grow Covenant city to 6 in population and adjacent friendly units gain. That I don't really care about. Protector, adjacent friendly units gain +1 defense and resistance, which is not that useful, I think, for if we want to build a ruler as a dude who just goes in there and beats TFO's enemies. Raider, well, army leader units in the army have something. Privateer. This hero thrives in the freedom of the open seas. Well, that's not useful. Pragmatic leader. Well, army leader, all units in the army gain cold-blooded and base unit upkeep. I think we'll already start with cold-blooded, yes. Instructor, don't care. Siege Master, grants Siege Breaker to all units in the army. In part of a besieging army, this unit contributes +1 to fortification damage. That means that sieges go more quickly. Rank Slayer, deal +10 damage for each rank the target has. Ooh, okay, that is very, very, very useful for us if we want to make our heroes to be like our main guy, who is the Shemperor. Shemling. And we will go with he, him pronouns. It's a little bit disappointing that they don't have neutral pronouns. What is this? Oh, we can change our names. Nope, we are locking in all this. Race name is Dowie. City name is Shemlingrad. Faction biography. Ooh, advanced settings. What is that?
You can customize your faction further to control how your faction acts when under AI control.
Interesting. Okay, city names will be... Oh, you can just add to this. Interesting. Heroes. Add and edit. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna touch this right now. Oh, delete. Custom cons are used by this empire. We will not play around with that right now. AI personality is revolutionary diplomat. I'm pretty sure I have said that, so... Like Emperor's multiple races, like powerful vassals, the rebellious ruler who values both freedom and alliances. They like alliances, never breaks treaties, exploration, and expansion. Yeah, that looks about right. Economic warlord. Driven by war, never surrendered, no. Merchant. Fanatic, isolationist. Chivalrous diplomat. There's vassals. Warlord. So many options. Which are actually not all that important. Okay, whatever. This is fine. This is not important. I really need to start playing the game. Something. Let's see. In the Dawi. Have we chosen anything which makes this race of Dawi like specialized with this place? I don't think so. Sided traits, equipment holders, seekers of wonders, industrious. Which is, I mean, this is just a dwarf race. This is just the Dawi. Dawi and a Shemling, hailing from Shemling Grandland. I learned. Oh right, I think I know why I don't like the underground. My general experience is with the underground starts is that those cities are very limited in how they can expand. Though that might be different nowadays. Because I don't think they can expand vertically. Though they might have changed that, or I'm remembering wrong. But also, even if they can expand vertically, there's only like a certain distance of tiles they can go away from like the middle point, depending on the city size. Which, you know, in that case, it's still very limited. Okay, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure I've written this myself. It sounds like me. Glory to Shemling, champion of our kind. He will bring a new age of prosperity to the Dawi of Shemlingrad. I am such an individual. Parentheses, derogative. No, the Dawi under Shemlingrad. Let's say. A dwarfkin. Will heal slowly, but are resilient, trained to support, to find informations, to keep other alive. Stoic and used to and born from the earth. That's good enough. Industrious. They are an industrious people. They're industrious people. What's that? Aspiring leader. The Danish. Hailing from an ancient, I guess, bloodline. What do you call it? Like an ancient clan of old. Shemling reawakened along with his king. And as set out to conquer and strange ones. Nation. Blah blah blah. Capture and what do you call it when you like take care of something? Guardian of like captured all these things. I'm taking care of caretakers. Take care of. Integrate ancient wallets. Okay. Ancient relics. Set out to conquer and integrate ancient wallets and so capture. Ever a though slow to trust, Adawi are pragmatic and welcome everyone, non-dwarfkin as well, to their splendid, magnificent bolts. Under this empire, everyone is equal under one banner. Fun. For its glory. There we go. That's perfect. Are we right? Wait, did I...
Ages
okay.
ago, when the astral sea was still young,
We're starting.
the Archons created a magical artifact. Forged in the fires of an elder dragon, the Gilder Coil served as an arcane compass, guiding the Archons through the currents between realms. According to legend, it still contains the echoes of their arcane journeys, and can lead those who hold it to forgotten places of sealed knowledge and magic. With its mysterious promise of power, the Gilder Coil fanned the greed of many rulers, until a daring Gaudier betrayed the Archons and stole the Gilder Coil from their celestial reliquary. Ever since then,
That's not nice.
all traces of the compass have been lost, as have those of the cunning thief who disappeared into the mists of time. Or so it seemed for many
Oh shit, we should have made not wolves, we should have made wolves or something.
Lithil Nightweaver was the first of the Shadrai to find clues of the Gilder Coil's whereabouts. Myths
I
leading
think
to
she's the one on
runic
the,
omens,
that you see on the trailer
leading to
thingy.
riddles.
Oh, intro.
The Shadrai were persistent in their search, for too well did the Archon artifact fit into their unfolding plans. And they were rewarded. In the infernal world of Obidoth, there exists a realm known as the Crimson Caldera, where war is eternal. Here the Gilder Coil lay hidden, yet the Shadrai sought no open conflict with Obidoth's demonic princes. As they weighed their options, an ambitious Gaudier from their ranks volunteered to venture there alone, well aware of the prestige and power that could be gained within their order.
Alright, let's do this. Let's see if my PC will be able to handle actually playing the game, since we've not actually... Oh, that was a very quick loading screen. Nice. So some awarding, Shemling, blah blah blah. We will Emissary of the Shadrai. From the shrouded mists of your mind emerges a woman all clad in ethereal silk. I see you've arrived in Crimson Caldera, Shimon Shemling, she says, and you recognize her as Lithil Nightweaver. All Shadrai have put much faith in your talents. Remain alert. Mistakes are deadly in this demonic realm, in which everyone is a prisoner of war. Betrayal looms over each moment to come, be it through the enemy, the land viciously changing shape, or even your own soldiers. I will talk to you through visions like these, follow my advice, and you will claim victory. And unique Pantheon quest. The guild goes on to credit somewhere in this current early thing begins to explain. Safeguard closely by its current owner. The challenge is to find out by whom. All the present Qadir are inherently suspect and must therefore be sought out. Just remember they're all insane and will only tell the truth when forced to. Once you've found the first of them, we shall talk again. Lithal makes an elaborate gesture, after which a map showing the major strongholds of the Crimson Caldera appears. This is where you must seek out all suspect Qadir. So, we have some options, that's nice. Mystery bonus. So we can take the map, which will reveal the location of all the players on the map. The second choice is we lose some mana, 50, which is all our mana, and we get 20 per turn. But it will also reveal larger portions of the map around our capital city, where we start. Or we can burn the map, which makes it so that we gain a lot of draft to start with. 287 draft, I'm pretty sure is enough to like recruit 3 or 4 like tier 1 units, so I think we'll go with that. Okay, wow. Very good, my little thing currently. I'm a little bit worried about my PC, like the graphics card, but I'll try not to. Usually I build growth first, because growth is useful. Okay. Diggable earth. Oh neat, okay, this map, oh my fuck, it's very... everything is very sensitive. We can not recruit anyone yet. Dominator, ooh. Ooh, okay, that's useful. That could be cool. Okay, so first off, we have...
You have selected an army. An army can contain up to 6 individual units. You can see a unit's
to inspect. Okay. Oh, can all my units do excavation? No, that is useful. This is our scout unit, which is a pioneer. What we want to do is we have a surplus of a lot of draft. Surplus can only be kept for 1 turn. So, 60 draft for a pioneer. What is currently in this army? We have 1 animal guard, 1 steel shaper, 1 arbalist, and ourselves. We probably want another anvil guard and another arbalist for this army. So that is what we're going to recruit. Because we can't recruit the higher tier thing, sadly.
You have found an army of marauders. These often guard important locations and grant a reward when destroyed.
And let's go with another pioneer. There you go. Excellent. The workers' farmstead does seem like to be the main thing we want to build first. So let's do that. Don't want to automate production. We do want to give it a Whispering Stone, because that will increase its stability, which will do a lot of other useful things. Arcane, research, and put that on magical boards. Right, okay. Right, let's move. Control S is quick saving. The thing I was talking about earlier, where is it? So here you see the affinity, and we use that in one of these places. Is it here? No. Can I let go of you? Oh, neat. Okay, yeah, we want to keep... I think I want to keep that on. Empire development. Oh, okay, right. We can't look at it yet. Wait, doesn't matter too much. We could do auto combat. Does it tell us what happens if we do auto combat? I don't know if it does. Okay, we'll just do a manual combat. Screw it. So we can do summon build repeater, summon a station of target hex. I don't quite remember how the what the setting was for. Wait, did we also set the correct hero thingy? Please tell me we did. Oh shit, did I forget to select the renown thing? What renown thing did we pick? Shit. Fuck. I really hope I picked a good thing. Shit. Oh well, not really thinking about it too much. We're gonna go over, let's see, what can I use move to? Let's have him move over here. And you'll summon a bolt repeater. Here. And you will just shoot all of these guys at once. With the right stick. There we go. Excellent. Defense to that one, maybe, yeah. 5. Oh, slowly but surely learning the game again. I'm glad I set the movement speed to high, otherwise this would take quite a while. Go, that's 7 for turn. So I can put everyone in defensive mode. Oh yeah, charging units. Okay. Auto crossbow should be able to cancel the enemy. Nice. 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 You there can. What's the range of this guy? Okay, we'll put you here. Shoot that guy. We'll go here. Flank those guys. And have you go over here. Will you flank it? Yes, will. Nice. Move one tile. Nice, you will not take too much damage. Kill these guys, or at least assist in that process, please. And thing, and then kill these guys. Excellent. And all our units went berserk almost. Damn. So much for the status resistance. Or not? Wait. Did they not go berserk? I thought they did. Okay, weird. Interesting. Kill these guys, please. Not kill them, that's okay. We will finish them off. Excellent. And there we'll let's finish off these guys. Okay, time to find out what renown thingy I picked, because I don't remember, and that is a little bit silly of me.
This is the quest panel. Here you can review your progress on victory conditions.
Okay. Can we just click ourselves here? Major ambition, pragmatic leader. Fuck. I'm so sorry, but we have to restart. I'm so sorry. Yeah, whatever, exit. No, don't want to completely exit the game. How do we exit properly? Come on. Wait, did we also save the thing we made?
You have discovered.
Yeah, I don't care. Wait, what did we... Okay, maybe I do care. So far, so good, everyone. We're doing great. We're doing absolutely great. Such an idiot. Please tell me it saved it. Please tell me it saved.
Your destination.
Okay. Selecting this one again. Medium difficulty,
Your
not
journey
normal.
Starts here.
Custom. Did we... Okay, no, nice, it did save it. Okay, good. What's the difference between custom and Pantheon? Interesting. Edit.
What is your people's form?
Finalize. Ruler ambition random. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit annoying. Okay, aggressive tactic. All units started with hastened. Additional retaliation attack +1 combat speed, which is super useful. While armed leader, all units start combat hastened. Okay. Collector. Equipment mastery gain +1 hit point per item to equipped, which is semi-useful but not that useful. Conqueror, we get Demolitionist, summon Devastator on the target, which is basically a bomb. Major ambition, but win siege battle against the Thrones Crusader. Preacher, well, army leader, units of faithful and zeal. We can get those anyways. And no. Defender, militarist, while army leader, all units get +1 defense. Delver, unstoppable, all units have unstoppable juggernaut. Without slowing. What? Domination. These recruited races here for unit after combat. Duelist. Personal slayer, ruler in combat. Explorer. Explore golden ancient wonder. Fearmonger. Win a battle where 5 enemies sprouted. That will give us intimidating and vicious killer, and those are 2 very useful things. And that also means we don't have to spend a point on it when we upgrade our hero. Rank Slayer is... Actually, I'm not sure we can get that. So we might go for that one. Siege Master, no. Disruptor Lordwing, I think we looked at all the other ones as well. Protector, no. Shepherd. Yeah, okay. Let's go with Glory Seeker. Person Slayer, unit of legendary rank in combat. Legendary rank is very high rank, if I recall correctly.
Reveal yourself. Your journey.
It'd be nice if they had a save button and not just, okay, we're throwing you in this shit now button. Is there anything else we need to fix? No. Champion appearance is all fine. Unless they have different helmets, in which case, screw it, I don't care. At least we can skip all the stuff. Oh, okay, I see. It does build the world. Well, it does the intro. That is smart. That does make sense. I get it. Fair enough. I need to set up. I need to improve the performance on my PC and/or upgrade my PC so that we can watch stuff while we're playing. Go back to doing that. Don't know what happened to make it so that we can't do that anymore. But yeah, or at least like the performance is bad enough that I don't want to risk it. Yes. Give me the craft and give me the units, please. There we go, perfect. And what works? Farm set, excellent. Okay, research, magical wards, very good. We start with that into again, that's nice.
This
underground
is
layer.
The underground. It is rich in minerals and unexplored ruins.
Oh, really? I didn't know
As long as you have
that.
access
Okay, maybe
to a
it's not so bad
passage,
now.
You can freely move between the surface and the underground. When a province containing an underground passage is annexed, the city may use the passage to expand to the other layer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so it is somewhat how I remember it. Magical nodes, blah, 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 blah. We want the economic overview on. Excellent. Okay. Let us try to do this stuff again. Get a quick save. Safe battle. Nice. What? Your ruler leveled up. Oh.
You can acquire new
shit.
skills to upgrade.
Okay,
your
this
hero,
is very different from
granting
when I
them
last
new
played this
active
game.
abilities, as well as
I should have
powerful
screenshot
passive
when I
bonuses.
last played this game. Damn it, oh well. Signature skills for champions, wizards, kings, and dragon lords. These take the form of affinity indications. Dragon lords, okay. I do remember there being a dragon DLC. Each save affinity indication becomes available based on affinities of your empire and your hero's level. Alright, also affinities are very useful here as well, as they can help us spec into other stuff. Right, so we already have a bunch of other things. Ascended Artificer and Combat Friendly Siegecraft does this. Is that because we're industrial? I must assume so. Slippery, swift. Wait, why is our unit... Graves of Swiftness. When did we get those? What? Shielding Ring. Wait, when did we get all these things? What? I'm very confused. Okay, whatever. Knight or Berserker. And they're exclusive with each other. Interesting. Also champion, there's also these other things. Ooh, decisive command is not bad. Coordinate game attack when none against target in 3 hexes. So it can't be refreshed. I mean, decisive command I think is better because, I mean, our hero unit is going to do most of the cool things. Keen edge, sundering strikes, vigor, fighting. Brutal charge, really reserve. Then it's better. Stunned, guarded charge, distracting charge, weakening charge, relentless charge, critical momentum, grim executioner, grenade charge, defense, bigger. I mean, we'll go with Berserker, I'm pretty sure. Because that is what we want to build our hero into. Don't know why we started with the Graves of Swiftness, but I can't complain. Shielding ring. Some borders. It's fine. Okay, one of these guys to go this way, because we do want to excavate this. Okay. Then you there. Answer. What's this? Moving on here will reveal an unexplored location. Seat above all. Okay, that's a very useful thing for us to find, whatever. And we'll have this one begin explore, like prospecting these places. Meeting hostile above all. They look. Are those white goblins? Magistrate Orala Light Painter of this free city. Blah blah. Creature with disability. We elegant goblins. Angelic form. Okay. Hideous stench sneaky. Claimless man addicts. We'll fight for freedom, stand against any threat in the free city. Even when they're led by a Shemperor like you, the blood of invaders, thieves, and spies will nourish
You have
feels.
encountered a hostile free city.
Okay. Do your worst, I guess. Going back to the underground. Oh, just in population and whatever other things we can find. Production stash. There's also a setting for like building, what do you call it? At least I thought there was a setting for like building roads is removed. Oh, whatever. Okay, nice. Finding production is useful. Okay, in the first turn. For real this time. Unless there's a cool spell we can cast. Nope. Nothing. Iron deposit found. Nice. I want you to go over here and excavate this. There you go. And we immediately built a thingy, which is very useful. These increase your population cost by number of turns spent, blah blah blah. Two turns was the next thing. Next thing we probably want to get a vendor because we don't have a lot of money. And without money, we cannot do nice things such as building more things. Into this. Okay, you see that there is nothing we want at the moment. Go back down. Can you still do the prospecting in your art? Yes, you can. Or like the excavation. We'll send this guy over here. Should we go here? Let's go with that. In return, maybe. Possibly, potentially. Probably. I should also check my phone now and then to ensure that I don't miss something very important. Excavation small monster den found, which is currently dormant. Infestation spawner. Infestation, blah blah blah. There are several states. Sleeping. Wait, what? Did you say that it can be neutral? Reward a guard. Infestation can be neutral to certain empires. Oh, interesting. Neat. Chance has an infestation. Well, we'll just leave the infestation be. Hopefully it will give us some cool stuff in the future. Counts quarry plus 2 mana per quarry. This is the main acid storms of the that's these things. Okay. And that's the end of our turn, I think. As soon as we can unlock something, we'll get the Gold Vein node and get this quarry here. Another Gold Vein found. Nice. Yeah. Actually, you're gonna escalate this one instead, and you can escalate this one. And you can annex your first province. Might go with the farm. Farm income +5 because we're champion governor. And then we can freely get the other thingy. Let's queue up the Grand Mill. what is okay, max cities population is 30, but like how much does the amount increase? This one gives +2 mana per quarry. Do we have any special buildings yet? Builder's quarters, +5 production per adjacent quarry. Okay. And we might build that over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quarries. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4. They're up there. You know what? Oh shit. Yeah, we'll build the quarry here. Yes, okay, decided. And then we'll get the ancient cave. And I forgot that these things give us more Imperial production. Speaking of Empire development. So this is why it's important. Also, I think they updated this as well. Don't quite remember how, but it doesn't matter. And why do I want this thing? Yeah, okay, this is why I want nature stuff, because it makes it so that new cities we build start with an extra population, which is a really nice starting thingy. So the next book we get, I think, should probably be a nature one. Though, Alpha looting is useful. What's this? Country requires 3 production, 3 food income. Okay, wow, that's very useful. Terraforming spells cost less. Construction outputs. If I recall correctly, yeah, these are all exclusives, so it's one or the other. See, skills that unlock city spells, city structures cost less knowledge. And this one is production of city structures cost less gold and production to build. That one will be interesting once we get to it. These guys are all, yeah, level 1. I think it usually tells us if we lose a unit or we'll come back. It'll warn us. Never mind. But we can click the retry button, so we will do that. I do think we can win this battle without losing a unit. Okay. It'd be nice if it was a little bit more clear about a few things. Oh. Okay, I want you to go over here and build the repeater, like, I guess here. I forgot it's right click. There we go. Nice. Good amount of damage. Are these rocks low foliage? Not a water socket. There we go. Nice defensive formation. This guy doesn't have much good. Doesn't the Steel Shaper goes into defensive mode, warding all adjacent friends? Yeah, okay. Grab defense to our main dude. We keep misclicking. Go. And then do some warding. Okay, there we go. Nice. That's a very pleasant waste of attacks by the by these undead, which seems to have life drain. Or is that normal for them? Wait and check. Heartless, low maintenance, Whiteborn. Oh yeah, this is because they're Whiteborn. Okay. Can't use ability for 1 turn. That's fine. Just defensive mode. Okay. So it's very important we kill these guys quickly. Otherwise it'll be very annoying. Screwed by obstacle. Oh. If I make go, I can flank that one. Nice. Go here. Can you get a flanking shot? Nice. And hopefully we can kill it. Nice. I remember there was like some way to more easily see like the experience gain of units. Let's see. 1236. We'll have a look at what the the annual unit is 30 out of 80. Let's see how much more it gets next turn. Yeah, the Whiteborn stuff is going to be annoying. So they took 1 attack. Okay. And 1 attack. They're at 30 experience still. Okay. I guess being attacked does not give you experience. That is good to know. Okay, can you guys do a good shot? No, not really. What about you? Also not really. Grace is still good damage. Okay, so the options are... You can't fire anything while... Okay. What race are these anyways? Humanoid Ancients. Okay. They look not very friendly. Retaliate once. Could have them taunted. I think I'll do that. Taunt that one. And then I'll have you go over here and flank that enemy. Nice. And then you can move here and hopefully kill that one. Nice. Okay, good stuff. We didn't. I also got to check the amount of experience they got. Okay. Was it 36 before as well? I think it was. Oh well. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen. You're taking quite a bit of damage, so it's these guys. Stuff though. Okay, you guys have That means 30 experience if we do this shot. Never mind. Grace is not great, but whatever. Okay, they don't get experience for that. I think they just get experience for killing things. Okay. 30. If they kill this guy, will they get experience? Never mind. I mean, no, they will not, because they did not kill it. Most unfortunate. I didn't... Okay, it was the 30s before as well. Okay, so they don't get experience during the battle, it looks like. How many bolts of defense stacks does this one have? Decent amount. Strength from shield. Needs to be stronger. Okay. Okay, that's not an ideal situation. That's fine though. Whatever. Go kill this one, please. So units will do retaliation attacks if they are facing whatever attacked them. However, this does not happen if they are flanked. Okay, not facing them, as I mentioned. Just get my obstacle and quick reflexes. Let's see. Two very annoying traits. Ooh, that was a very good hit, critical hit as well. If I have you coming from flank, then you should do a good amount of damage there. There we go. Okay, they're healing a lot. Oh, that one went berserk. Oh, and these guys also went berserk. Well, good enough. There you go. CAI, this is how you don't lose units. Also, how much do you guys heal per turn? Will you tell me? XP and 20. They earn different amounts of XP. Nope, does not seem like it. Okay. Battle 1, we got some production. Nice. Which made us finish the vendor building. Right. An obelisk.
Yeah.
What is this? Boosting production.
Some city structures can be boosted to make them cheaper and faster.
Empire development. How many? I think it's next turn we get one of these. Minus 50 knowledge. Production costs minus 25 gold and production. The gold is an issue empire-wide, so that's something we can also fix empire-wide. Production will be an issue per the individual city. And this will alleviate that. I think we'll probably go with industrial infrastructure. Then again, skills unlock city spells, city structures. That's for everything, and this one's for only production city structures. Damn it! It's a difficult choice. Right, you guys can probably go over there to defeat those enemies. Yeah, I want them to take care of these guys. Wasn't there a button for like having them? Oh, no, explode process thing. I forgot about that. Oh wait, is it a city improvement thingy to build the roads? Yes, it is. Okay, road building. There you go. We'll just send you over to attack these guys. Yeah, so the healing is... What does it say? Friendly them. Okay, weak constitution minus 12. Okay, that is not. We probably want to give our leader the upgrade, which makes the army heal more quickly. Though I think that it will. I think that will also be affected by the healing slowly. Oh well. I am okay with that handicap. We can also get healing spells.
Lost hit points and will need some.
Yes, but area activated. Graveyard found. You will leveled up. New Empire development skill available. Ooh. Shit. Production city buildings are just cheaper. It's very useful. But also, knowledge is super useful as well. Dang it. Quicker getting books, which is quicker, a lot of bonuses, or quicker. So this is... They're both good long-term in their own way. This one will allow us to get a lot of bonuses, like long-term bonuses, more quickly. Well, this one will... Okay, this is like sort of a more short-term bonus versus this one. But this one's short-term benefits might help us more in the long term. By making these research thingies cheaper, it will allow us to do more research more quickly, and allow us to unlock a lot more cool things more quickly. Including like these affinities, which are just permanent bonuses, at least some of them. Well, this one will make one specific thing much cheaper, or like decently cheaper. Which will be especially useful in terms of for the production shit in some of these cities. Dang it. I don't know which one to pick. This is difficult. Bugger me. Binding essence and fragments. Used for crafting custom items. Binding essence. Okay. Quarries get more food. Okay, we'll go with industrial infrastructure. I think it's. I hope it's the right choice, otherwise, you know, whatever. I wonder if we can, like, change this later. It just being expensive. I would assume so, but... Does not matter. We have made our choice. When this unit lands an attack against a stack of strengthened, which is useful. Second wind, +1 movement for 1 turn, slippery for 1 turn, heal for 15 hit points. That is also very useful. Incompatible critical momentum and execute. In this here, it makes a critical hit, it gains hastened. Additional retaliation second combat speed and more hit points. Execute slash I'm just killing an injured target. Or reckless rage. Do a lot of damage. Execute is useful, so is critical momentum. Sundering Strikes is also very, very useful. This unit kills another, gains 3 fortune, which is more critical. Circus Rage. Okay. Okay, we'll go with foraging training. Because this army is going to need it. Let's see. Healing. Yeah, okay, if weakened constitution does also affect any upgrades we give, so yeah, that's not ideal, but we have made our choice and we will deal with it. Auto combat. Okay, our units lost a lot of HP from that. We can do that better. I do unironically feel like this game is like, what do you call it? It is easier on the computer than CK3, which is annoying. What are these guys? Halfling Shadow Dwellers. Who else? So it's unbelievable from us. They have a story, I don't care. Do they have like any... What is this Aura of Tyranny? Is that because it's a shock unit, immortal? I'd assume so. Yeah, no, that is why. Hulking Craftsman. Militia. Corpse Eating, okay. What is the range of this bolt repeater? It is 3 to 12. Okay, that means that we can just make a front line and just have that defend. And we'll do exactly that. Good chance of hitting. This is not a great chance of hitting, but we'll hit more units, so that's worth it, I think. You go here. That way, and you will... Ironically, they're low damage attacks. That's what we like about Industrious, is that the low damage attacks kind of just make your units much stronger. Overall, the crossbow. Excellent. Oh, we could move our units in such a way that we can attack. We might just do that. Go like so. hit, that's nice. You could remove you here and you here. You could move over there. So put you like so. Turn it that way. Taunt that one. Nice. And then you can just shoot. Nice. And we'll see if we can focus on the ranged guys. We'll do some amount of damage we'll take. Okay, let's go. Okay, that is bad. And this unit is not ideal. Yeah, the Berserker thing is very, very not good for us. Oh well. This will do a lot of damage. Nice. So at least there's that. Steel. Give that to these guys. Ah, damn it. Disgraced. Please kill them. Nice. Okay. How many units left? Please kill them. Oh well. Does look quite good at least. That is just a slug over there. Oh right, these are corpse eaters. Nice. Okay, and only one of them can go on attack mode. That's kind of okay. Go with defensive mode with the orbital crossbow. Do that with these guys as well. Excellent. Hero has the ability to command these guys to do another turn. Excellent. And you go over here to make these guys stronger. Oh, you killed them. Excellent. Okay, that was mildly better than before. And everyone is 1 XP off of leveling up. Excellent. Oh. Ooh. Arc Fire Blade, which does different damage types. That's useful. Hero screen, let's see. So this one has chance of doing bleeding. Technically a little bit less damage, I think. Total income, what? Okay, we can only switch once per turn. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, we'll probably use the Arc Fire Blade, because most things get like some amount of like, most things are more defense than resistance, I'd say. Wait, what? You have magic attacks and combat spells from melee missile sets. Oh, I see. Interesting. Having a mount would be useful as well. These guys can go over. Here is possible province. Which construction. I've finished the building. Oh right, I forgot that boosting is a thing. You can boost buildings by building other stuff, which benefits them. I completely forgot about that. I am a silly guy. We want to build the boosted buildings first because, you know, that's more efficient. At least that's what I prefer to do. Yay, free money. And also explore. Actually, maybe not. And you... Actually, maybe not over explore. I want you to... Can we excavate anything else here? Does not look like it. It looks like it's the edge of the map. Doesn't look diggable. Over here, maybe. Okay. And you there. It would be preferable if we could kill these in one turn, but yeah, let's not attack them this turn so we can heal up. You there, we can set to old explore. Use shrines, we'll have more mana, which will be useful whenever we get some cool spells to cast, which should be next turn actually, once we get magical wards. Wait, where did it go over there? What's the resource waste?
A race transformation spell.
It is time.
These powerful spells alter a race of which you are a keeper, granting them powerful permanent bonuses.
Hell yes. Right, time for some magical eugenics. Right, we want a... What do we want actually? So we probably want farms, so we can get these things, the monoliths and so on and so forth. The town hall is not a priority. Forester as well would be nice, but not that big of a priority now, especially since we missed out on the bonuses from the other things. In any case, put a farm here. Excellent, and now I have outgrowth in 2 turns instead of 3. I saw that just before it was too late. Alright, we need to select a new spell. We shall do so momentarily. Okay, nothing there. You have healed, and some will get. These guys have leveled up. In fact, most of them have. Then our veterans give some more HP, and next time they'll get elite. Next time they'll get elite. There are also enemies there, it looks like. Is this better than our current shield? Inspiring Praise one. Oh, there's no. I don't really think it's better. Yeah, the other one has Inspiring Presence, which is quite useful. Plus your status resistance would be nice, but... Okay. Can we win this battle without dying? We did. Nice. Very good. Nice. And we are increasing our passive income. Neat. Wait, battle axe. We already have the battle axe. Oh well. Let's equip that one instead. Because I would say it makes him stronger. He also leveled up. Decisive command is very strong. Second wind is good for survivability. One signature thing though. Hero gain. Getting signature skill grants 1 skill point. Okay. Well, I'm leader on all non-hero units and army gain. Attacks ignore up to 2 status resistance. That's very useful. Warding aura. That's really useful as well. Lightning strikes also really nice. All units get +1 defense, perching strikes, and slow stone. Okay. Have they changed how this works? I think I might go with Initiative Astral. Yes. Lightning strikes, yes, please. Warding aura could be nice, but we want him to get frenzy. Actually, no, second wind. There we go. Now he is even stronger. What is his thing? Person slayer unit legendary rank in combat. That'll be a little bit difficult, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay, we'll just do that.
When you are inside of the domain belonging to your enemy, you can pillage their province improvements to gain resources.
If I recall correctly, it doesn't give me all that much. We produced a mana obelisk. We do have some production surplus. Let us build this workshop thingy. Next time we'll go to the farm, which will give us bonuses to the stonemason and also the market. Oh, we could. Blacksmith could also be good. Since that is also boosted. We might do that then. Chrome Companion, Wayfair Enchantment. When enchanted units. It tells you, like, these are unit enchantments. It'll tell you what type of unit they affect, and also the upkeep per unit and that kind of thing. Okay, they've improved Wayfinder enchantment. It used to be that that very often, like, your scout units would be intercepted by an enemy, and then you just lose it very easily because, you know, they would have to rout, because otherwise they're just kind of screwed. Although Enchanted Crow Companion will make the scouts better, I would prefer to have survivability first, since scouts do also gain experience. If the game would let me read it. There we go. Okay, it doesn't do a whole lot, but it's there. Province, nice, that gives us money. Neat. Okay, next stop. Enemies here, and there's also the haunted graveyard.
The station is close by.
Come active in 0 to 3 turns. Okay, we'll need to deal with it. Infestation will eventually just, like, send units to attack you as well, so that's not ideal. I'm also feeling oddly tired. I don't know if that's because I'm sore from helping a friend move and accompanied workout or if something else. Okay, let's check real quick. So, surface view. There's an altar of elements here. I want that for the city. That would require that we tag this place here. Interesting. I don't think that the neutral cities used to expand by themselves, at least not nearly this much. A welcome improvement if that is the case. Not the moment though. We built that farm. Go, and then money is not as much of an issue. Market and then the blacksmith. Actually, maybe the blacksmith before the market, because money is not as much of an issue. And we need the pop growth. And any draft we don't spend, which there is quite a bit of. Oh, there's a town, and it's probably Dawi. Yeah, there you go. They usually start you with a town of your own type as a free city. Anyway, we can excavate. Nope.
Yeah.
Can we move through here? No, we cannot. So you'll end your turn there. Where's this? Thistletown. Oh, over here. They are feudal halflings. We have Leafskin. Okay, and the other one is Tingerberg. It'd be nice if they gave us like this unique line, considering that we're the same race and stuff. But whatever. Have we killed the racist elves already? Not yet. Rest assured though. We'll get on that very soon. How do you make a outpost again? There we go. Each outpost has a 10 gold upkeep. We haven't found any special resources so far, I think. Oh, that's a high risk battle. I'll have the race enchantment in a moment. We have not met any racist elves yet, but rest assured, when we find them, we will make the world better. Oh, sorry, not. Okay, time to. Oh, interesting. They've added more options now. Time to do the first part of our magical eugenics. This is always so satisfying. It's such a nice aspect of the game. Definitely the thing that at least definitely among the things that I enjoy the most about it. Okay, let's not have the market on because we're going to make the town bulwark in a wee bit. And then we can begin making more core units. By development skill. Man city structures are cheaper. Okay, so basically the same thing as the other one. Conduits grant 3 production and 3 food income. I think I prefer the conduits upgrade. Definitely prefer the conduits upgrade. So about these vessels, basic seafaring, sure. That will eventually come in handy. I think. Hope of seeing. Whoa. Sure, why not? That is definitely not a bad thing to have. No. Tinkerberg don't have that strong of a garrison. We should move to attack them very soon. As soon as possible, in fact. First, let us kill this guard of enemy units. Bone Wyvern, 2 of them, and a Death Guard. Death Vitality. Which is like a mortal blessing. Definitely need to grab this. Okay, wow. Also, I'm still lurking, playing Tekken with little bro. No worries. I hope you're having fun. Right, let's see. That almost killed one of our units. If anything's up, just so I'm listening. Alright, will do. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay. And then heal for just 1 turn over here in friendly territory. And then we'll send it back out there. Okay. Yeah. We might transition to watching something in a little bit, so I can, and then I'll go make some food when that happens. We'll see. Okay, this has not been pillaged. Oh, okay, you can pillage it to expand to that place. Interesting. That's good to know. Let's see. What resources are there on the map? Gold, gold, iron deposit, mana node, gold. Okay. We want the town hall next. We want a farm for some of these other thingies. Where else the wizard tower? We want that ASAP. Actually, we just want the wizard tower as soon as possible. And the wizard tower is just the most important thing for us to build, I think. Prison cells could be useful. Crypts. Forged tower. So we have 2 quarries. Currently. Get another farm. Yeah, okay. We'll make another farm. Pretty sure you can replace these with anything. Yeah, okay, nice. There we go. Mana income, gold income is decent enough that we don't need to really worry about it. You will go do that. You there, you can excavate that. We might have you do that. And you. Would you be able to win against these guys? Yes, in theory. Okay, let us try that. Might lose a unit, so will we try it? Nope. Nice. Our hero is still quite a ways from leveling up. Makes sense, he's quite high level now. We're about to get our first elites though, which is nice. Ooh, Gilded Shield. Melee range attackers have a 30% chance of becoming gilded, which means a sun, and when this unit dies, they win the battle against 20 gold per unit here. That is super, super, super good.
You have managed to defeat your first infestation. Infestations are often found near...
Okay. Yeah, we're getting the Gilded Shield. We should have a high amount of... What's our, Can we check how much we ignore? Like, stuff. I don't think we can. I'd like that, but it should be written somewhere how much we ignore status effects. Defense, this, movement, no. Okay, weak constitution is a very, very not nice thing. We might want to change that next time we do something. Staffs of warding or something else. Let's go with the Phantasm Warrior. Are they based off of the race? Can they be that? Yes, it can. Okay, nice. They're a tier 1 unit. Floating is useful. Shield unit strikes lightning damage. It means it's a bunch of things. Physical protection. We'll go with staffs of warding. Makes our supporting stronger. We almost have enough to unlock a new thingy now as well. And we can either have terraforming spells cheaper or constructing or outpost better. Way too cold. What do you think is better way too cold? Making outposts cheaper and quicker to make, or actually wait, does it make it free? Yes. Oh no, it doesn't make them free. Make it 25 gold cheaper. Makes it go up the following turn, which is quite nice. It's half the setup time. Terraforming spells cost minus 25% mana and will can. Well, okay, the option is between like outposts taking 1 turn instead of 2 turns to build and also cost 25 instead of 50 gold, or terraforming spells costing minus 25% less mana and the world map casting points. Area excavated and deposit found. Neat. That's quite good. With the armor, we'll definitely give that to our hero. Okay. I'd go with mana reduction. Okay. Hero Empire development skill. Terraforming. Actually, you know what? I will actually go with the outpost, but you picking still helped me make a choice. So thank you. Recruiting governor. That's not really useful. Crusader. Yeah. Fearmonger. Kane governor. Let's see. Makes it better at producing mana. So let's see. That one, identification is fine. That one does not matter. This one does not matter. This one does not matter. No, I have not been in contact regarding anything important. Let's see. Okay, good. This one makes conduits very useful. Recruiting governor makes it so that the recruiting governor seems very shit. Fearmonger does give intimidating. Intimidating is actually insanely good. There are the warrior class, and then there's blade master, industrious governor. Let's inspect them. What is their affinity? Wait, do they not have affinity anymore? Or what? Doesn't look like they have affinity. At least I'm not seeing anything about that. Mother Blade Master. trainer is kind of whatever. Maybe Fearmonger. Because we will want some... I mean, I guess like of the governor types I don't really care too much, and this guy has Fearmonger, which is really good, and he's a warrior, so that makes sense. You know, we'll take this guy, I think. Let's see if we need to spend any money first. Actually, wait. Oh yeah, every time you keep something up, it subtracts the stuff immediately. Okay, that's fine. So we can just recruit a hero. Let's do that one. Ingmar the Blade Master. We don't have a beard, but I think you are supposed to be a woman, so I guess that's fair. I suppose we shall allow it. Actually, I can't. I genuinely cannot tell. Doesn't matter. Oh, army bonus. Oh, there are also army bonuses for these. No, units, no diamond retreating. Nice chance. Blah blah. Okay. We find an enchantment. Here. Actually, you could be a part of this army, sort of. Oh, yeah, okay. We'll send you next turn to help in the fight, so you can also get some XP. We do need to begin producing some units. Let's have a look at what we'll do. It says expansion through outposts. Still not a single special resource found. That's very annoying. Got enough resources. Foundation at least. That's good. The new rally has started. Which can allow us to get some stuff. Deceased. Okay, wow. This one is charged. Magic Strike, Electrified. I guess getting either of these could be useful. I don't remember if we need to recruit these guys immediately or if we just wait. Okay. Elements of beings panic at Jarmis approach. They are afraid of us, and they will give us good alignment if we let them leave. Sure, we'll go with the good alignment. I don't remember what the differences are all that much. Elements that occur have a higher chance of being positive. Yay! Let's check. Alignment agenda. The high culture's alignment agenda. Okay. No. Is there not a way to check what the differences are? No, does not look like it. Oh well. Wind Rager. Nice. That is a strong elemental unit. changed. To combat, if we lose a single unit, I'm going to be annoyed. We did not lose a single unit, very good. Having more units in combat does look like it's reducing the amount of XP each unit gets, which is fine, we can deal with that. Oh, shit, that... What's the button for quick loading, if there is one? Let's load that. You may do you want to save it? No, we don't want to save when we're loading the same game. Oh, that's a cool background. Bloody hell. Okay. Pick up Water on Banamo Yami Unsaid will grant all units some experience. Yeah, okay. That means that you, and you. There. You join that army as well. You guys just chill there for a second. Yeah, next turn we'll attack it. Okay, can you move? In such a way where you're not killed.
Lava province. You can annex lava provinces to grow your empire, but doing so will negatively affect your city stability. Only units with specific properties
Underground
will
Desolation.
be able
Okay,
to
nice.
traverse lava.
Ancient Wonder, Silver Tier, okay. Units cheap to recruit, counts mine. Fire Giant, it's Rally of Features. Can only be entered by one army led by a hero. Okay, right. That is a nice wonder, right next to Tinkerberg. Okay, we need to send... Yeah, as soon as we have an army ready, we'll send it either to Tinkerberg or the other place. What is going on here? Is that a... I think that's a rare resource over there. Nice. Arcan Blood. Astral Duel. It'd be nice if it showed us like what it is our scouts are finding, but whatever. I guess we could trick it fairly easily just having one scout everything. I guess that sound effect is a ruler leveling up. Vigor or fighting? What was charge? Cleaving Sweep. Cleaving Sweep is quite good. Frenzy is also nice. Well, Army Leader, all non-hero units in army gain plus 15 experience each turn. That is not a bad thing to get. We should probably get that. Now that I think about it. Okay, you bought the chambers. Next up, probably this thingy. Stone, it goes up to 20, right? I think so. At Harmony, it'll have a lot more bonuses, and okay. What are the different levels again? Sensibility. 10, 40, and 80. Okay. Silent Tavern. Even just the first level would be quite useful. You might want to invest in the market actually. Because now the money's just going back. Bathhouse bonus, that is also very useful to get ASAP. Okay, right, what bonuses do we want? Quarry, State Hall, Quest Forester. Quarry. This one does increase our production of thingies. There's a gold wing there. Do we need any more farms? Three farms. I don't think we need anything. Only for the Workers Guild, which I don't think we care all that much about. Guild slot. Sensitive for power economics report guilds. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so... Oh. Them saying that it requires a guild slot, I assume means that you can. Civilization will only have a single guild slot, so you can have more guild slots. That's useful. Let us build a quarry. Actually, we should be expanding downwards. Put it here. Okay. Mild headache. I am enjoying the game so far, but also that's really nice. Also combat. This hero almost died. No idea. The ruler leveled up and the hero leveled up. Okay. That's good. Increased. Let us go with Frenzy, actually. Killing Momentum's Wallbreaker, War Seeker, Grace. Let's go with Frenzy, I think. Go. Fearmonger. Proud enemy units in battle, repeatable. Okay. Hero also leveled up, right? I mean, we also want to build her as Berserker, basically. Probably also experienced leader, because we'll have a leader of her own army as soon as we're done in this part of the world. But let's do the Berserker first. Is there any equipment we can give her? Yes, we can give her the battle axe, which will be stronger than what she currently has. And we also have a better shield for her. we go. Reducing our mana income, sadly, but it's okay. Somehow this hero gained health. Oh, I think she probably died. But we probably have a setting in mixer, so that's fine. But the warrior makes you stronger and more armor. And you can have an even better shield. Nice. Oh, I guess she didn't die.
Yeah.
Center off over here. You guys. Let's build. Do you want to build? Yeah, let's build a passage here. And then put these guys here. Next turn, you guys will go kill these guys, and these guys will go back. Get the halberdier, and then go. Probably goes to Tinkerbird. Back to fix them. Okay, get evil alignment from forging stuff, so I guess we will not do that. Right, how much is needed to again make me settler? Alright, we don't use settlers, we use outposts and upgrade them into bases. I forgot about that. Right. Them coming to me for dying. Them coming to me to die is very nice.
Your new outpost is finished. You can turn it into another city by spending Imperial.
Could do that. Could also not do that. What kind of last next for a single pass? Not really much point in it. Safe supporting, nice. Industry. Makes so that all our units which don't have bolstering will begin, will be able to use it. Let's do a Crow Companion first.
Alright.
Might be there. Can excavate this thing over here. Yeah, that's great. Send into a friendly cemetery. How the fuck are you excavating that? See the bobbers. Send a war party. Perfect timing. We are well situated to receive them. deceased is the weekend and poisoned. Okay, one more time. Then we'll see. Alas, big enemy army. Oh, we met an enemy. The man is Carissa the Red. A flickering flame taunts your eyes as Carissa the Red ascends from a pool of scarlet ichor. Some say the blood of men would be an aphrodisiac, she says with a malicious smile. I say it is a source of power. I drink while my enthralled orcs consume flesh and bones. It's a fair share, don't you think? The bloodshed of the battlefield is only the appetizer. Once the vanquished enter the slaughterhouse, the true fun begins. And we're at war with her. Cannibalism, this is disgusting, and blah blah. Guess good alignment to call her out for being disgusting, I guess. Neat. Next up, we want the bathhouse. I think. Yeah. The main has been invaded. How did we spot her, by the way? Let us... Let's just have a look real quick. Probably... Oh yeah, there you go. That's why. Because we found one of our armies coming from... And we also found her borders, like, here-ish. Gotcha. Right. Let us save this though, and let's see if we either stream game or one. S1 save. Okay. Let us check if there is something fun to watch or not. Just a moment. Actually, I might opt for ending instead, as I am a wee bit tired. Let me just find someone to raid. And also, hopefully I'll see you guys in a week. Apologies for, only appearing for so little time. I shall do my best to sort that out. Right, you lot are silly sods who like politics. So, I shall have you raid DJ Mule. Let me just make the raid message. Everyone copy that. And we shall... Oh, okay. We cannot raid them. Do not know why. That's okay though. Instead, we shall raid... Can we raid Cozy Valkyrie? Yes. Okay, excellent. We shall raid Cozy Valkyrie. They are also Danish. They're really nice. They're playing currently some Lego game with Razzle Riley. Now go forth and say hello from me. Use the raid message and blah 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 blah. I shall see you again in a week, inshallah. If not, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I can stream a little bit before I go on a flight or something. We'll see. You're welcome, it's code. Thank you for modding as always. Now go forth. Assalamu alaikum.